Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the Kern County Planning Commission hearing, September 12th, 2024. I call this meeting to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Ashley. Commissioner Dunbar.
Here.
Commissioner Nance.
Here.
Commissioner Oliver.
Here.
Commissioner Skidmore.
Here.
Ms. Obiot.
Here.
Mr. Murphy.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Thank you. So I'd like to please remind everyone that's here in attendance that aisles need to be clear. I know that we have some reserved seating in the front, but for the time being, if you need to find a seat, please come forward, fill in the empty seats throughout, and please do our best to keep the aisles clear. Please also remember to turn off your cell phones, pagers, or electronic devices during the commission meeting. I'm on to item B, commission member announcements or reports. Seeing none, item C, approval of the minutes from August 22nd, 2024.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Item D, cases withdrawn or requests for continuance. We have item number 3, CUP number 63. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we go through this item real quick, can we do a Spanish translation to have Mr. Fernando come down? And then after Mr. Fernando Lopez gives his statement, I need to add something as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that reminder.
Buenas noches. El condado de Kern me ha contratado a mí, Fernando López, para interpretar. Atrás en la mesa hay unos audífonos para las personas que necesitan interpretación. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Madam Chair, there is a group of individuals who have hired their own private translation services this evening. We want to make sure that they have the ability to provide their announcement as well. So if you'll indulge us, I have Ms. Rodriguez, who would like to also provide some direction to those who may be interested in utilizing her services.
Of course. Please just state your name again for the record.
Good evening, Reina Rodriguez, interpreter with Lingüística. I'm going to transition to Spanish. Muy buenas noches a todos y bienvenidos a esta su reunión. A través de esta reunión vamos a tener interpretación simultánea para que usted pueda participar y pueda escuchar la reunión. Si usted necesita un dispositivo de interpretación, por favor siéntase libre de levantar la mano y aquí estaremos para asistirles. Cuando usted tenga listo su periodo de comentario público, le invitamos a que usted participe y aquí estaremos para apoyarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And then now getting back to item D, cases withdrawn or request for continuance. We have one item on this evening that staff is recommending a continuance to. That is conditional use permit number 63, map 102. Our applicant is Jonathan and Jessica Hudson. The staff recommendation is to continue that project into September 26, 2024. That completes the readings of the items withdrawn or requested for continuance.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll second.
Who motioned?
I'll make a motion. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You were quick. We'll vote on screen.
Four ayes, one absent. Motion carries.
We do not have any items on the consent agenda, so we'll move on to public presentations. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the commission on any matter not on this agenda and over which the commission has jurisdiction. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record before making your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Lori Pasante, and I'm a resident of the city of...
Hold on one second, Lori. The microphone's not on.
Thank you. My name is Lori Pasante, and I'm a resident of the city of Bakersfield, and I have 3 general comments related to process. First, it has come to my attention that while there is sufficient interpretation here tonight, in the past it has been deeply problematic. It is the county's responsibility to provide language access, including translation of relevant materials, especially materials like the ones that this commission hears, because they are very complicated. It is also the case that even the California State Attorney General's office has recognized that Kern County has failed to provide language access at sufficient levels. Page 27 of the stipulated judgment signed by the county with the Attorney General's office identifies that there should be a language access coordinator. And if you could please hire one and point out who that person is, I'm more than happy to coordinate with them in the future. Second point about process. I'm requesting virtual access to hearings so that people can make comments virtually. It's 2024, for God's sake, please. And finally, I question the legitimacy of this planning commission in its entirety. I question legitimacy because there are multiple conflicts of interest related to multiple agenda items every single time I come to this meeting. I would like to make sure that people are revealing who they're getting their money from when those agenda items come up on your agenda. Mr. Oliver is running for Ward 5 Bakersfield City Council. He should be disclosing if any of the proponents of any projects or your agendas are contributing to his campaign. You're the executive director, chairperson of the Open Door Network. You should be declaring whether or not project proponents are including you in their community, in their finances as well. Mr. Nance is not here tonight. He declared a conflict in the past on agenda items that are on tonight. Oh, sorry, are you Mr. Nance? I apologize, sir, last time you were sitting there, I apologize. And finally, I understand that tonight there's a distinct possibility that one of the project proponents is providing their community benefits plan. This demonstrates that the conflicts of interest are not just theoretical on this commission, they are actual. Because providing them free advertising for their pseudo-philanthropy is totally unacceptable and inappropriate.
Thank you. Any other public presentations not on this agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to the public hearings. I believe I get to pass this over to you, Ms. Lorelei.
Sorry, I'm a little late.
The comment, providing I'm commenting on the right issue because it wasn't really clear.
So public presentation that we just talked about was something not on the agenda. So if you're wanting to speak on something on the agenda, then you'll want to wait until that item comes forward. So if you're wanting to address us in something that's not related to our agenda items tonight, you're welcome to speak.
I don't know what all the agenda items are, but the agenda item I'd be interested in speaking on would be the carbon capture.
You're gonna wait. We're doing a presentation first, and then there'll be public comment on those particular projects.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I am Lorelei Oviatt, the Director of the Kern County Planning and Natural Resources. I am the project manager for the carbon capture project, so I am presenting tonight. I am here today with Mr. Keith Alvitris, who is the lead staff planner for the carbon capture team. There are two items on the agenda today for carbon capture and storage. These projects will be considered separately with separate comments and deliberation by your commission before taking action on each one. However, they share characteristics, so I'd like to give you an overview context of these projects. These are the first, we use the word CCS, carbon capture and storage. These are the first CCS projects processed in Kern County, and to date, the first CCS project for permanent underground storage in pore space in the entire state of California, and the first ones that have ever done an environmental impact report. So, carbon capture and storage, which is also called sequestration, is the process of capturing with a specialized facility CO2 off of some kind of industrial operation and storing that carbon dioxide, in this case, injecting it underground for permanent storage. There are other things that you can do with the CO2. There are people who are putting it into limestone. There's people who put it in tanks and then transport it. This particular project is about injecting it underground for permanent storage. So what you just saw was a simple example of the process being imposed. A source generates CO2. If you could go back to the previous slide, please. A source generates CO2. There's some capture technology that is built near the source. They capture the CO2. They pressurize it, put it at the right, compress it, and then it's transported by pipeline normally to an injection well. This has it all in the same place. and then it's sent over a mile underground to this permanent storage. It is not storage as in we can bring it back up again. It is permanently down there. Next slide. So this project is different from other conditional use permits your commission has considered, as the majority of the surface areas within the CUP boundary will have no buildings, no structures. We will still condition them. So I want to go over the terminology that we are using now to explain this process. Now, this is an example. This is not one of the two projects that you're considering today, but this is an example. As you can see, all of the green is what we're calling the conditional use permit boundary. And everything that the project does has to be in that boundary so that it's under the control of the consideration of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So if they have monitoring wells, they have to be within the CUP boundary. If there's seismic monitoring, all of that has to be in that boundary. So here are some of the words you're going to hear. The CCS underground pore space. So that is where you see the little gray that says CO2 storage. This is the area underground where the injected CO2 will be permanently stored until it becomes part of the geologic rock. And that can take many years to happen. But the pore space we talk about is the empty space in between the rock. Sometimes it's naturally there, and sometimes it's been created because they pumped oil out of a particular geological area. By state law, that pore space belongs to the owner of the surface, not the mineral owner. The mineral owner is separate from this conversation. Second wording I want to use is CCS surface land area. So that is all the green area on the surface within the boundaries of the CUP legal description. So when I talk about a condition that applies to the CCS land area, that's what we're talking about. Then on this, you'll also see injection wells. Class 6 injection wells and CO2 pipelines are specific equipment and wells that are permitted for this kind of use. And those two things, the Class 6 injection wells and the CO2 pipelines, are where the highest potential for leakage may occur. And so then you'll also see where it says CO2 capture, little gray building. That's the actual facility, the building and the equipment that is used to capture CO2 from a source. It's not normally, this is a compressed illustration like a cartoon, but they're not normally, the capture facility is normally next to the source, and then a CO2 pipeline takes it over to the injection well. And then in the middle, we have a facility pipeline that provides for transport on site. So all the pipelines we're going to talk about are within the CUP boundary. They are not going off-site into cities. They're not going off-site anyplace else. So who regulates all of this? So first, there's land use, and that's what's before you today. So the Kern County Board of Supervisors, eventually subject to CEQA, it includes all the components, has one of the three regulatory responsibilities. The second regulatory responsibility is the state of California. So under SB 905, they have created a carbon capture, removal, utilization, and storage program to evaluate CCUS and carbon removal. And they are also the ones who are responsible for determining the permanence of the CO2 staying in the ground 100 years for purposes of the owners of these facilities getting the credits that you've heard about from the low carbon fuel standard. That is not us, that is them. They are responsible for looking at the geology. None of that is subject to CEQA, and that is a step that has to happen before they can access that funding. They have also prohibited the use of these facilities for enhanced oil recovery, which you may have heard about in places like Texas. This is where you take CO2 and I'll be simplistic, it drives up more oil. You can't do that in California. The state legislature has prohibited it. Therefore, we're not going to talk about it anymore because it is prohibited by law. So this project will not do that. State has no regulatory authority over those pipelines that you see. except that they've passed a moratorium on pipelines leaving that facility and going from county to county, for example, or going from that facility to Bakersfield. That has been prohibited. There's a moratorium until the federal government comes up with more rules and regulations that are supposed to come out momentarily. And then there's a third regulator. So the Class 6 wells and how they determine where to store this is under the U.S. EPA, so that's federal, UIC, Underground Injection Control. And their whole purpose on permitting these Class 6 permits is under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Their whole purpose is to protect underground sources of drinking water, which could be contaminated if we were putting CO2 into those areas. They're responsible for the review and monitoring of what we call the carbon dioxide plume area. So this is the actual area underground that's been determined by a very extensive review to have the right geology, the right degraded water, the right depth, that it can store CO2 without contaminating sources of drinking water and without coming back up. The EPA does not look at CO2 pipelines either. And that permit is not subject to CEQA, and it's not subject to NEPA, which is the Federal National Environmental Policy Act. So the US EPA's permitting, which some material is in the EIRs that we are doing so that we can determine where the CUP boundaries are. But none of that is subject to NEPA, subject to CEQA, and is not part of what we're permitting today. So these regulations all work together to regulate and monitor the facility. But the fundamental issue is, without Kern County's approval of the project, a US EPA permit cannot be implemented and CARB cannot do anything. Neither the state or federal government can preempt our land use decisions today. And because this is the first in California, staff has worked proactively with these state and federal agencies to weave together into the conditions and the mitigation measures all of these different regulations. So we have created and brought to you a structure that doesn't just ignore what they have to do, but creates a step-by-step, what has to be signed off first, what has to be signed off next. But if they don't get a US EPA permit, the project will never be built. And there are other rules which in my presentation I'll touch on. For example, the state is going to manage seismic monitoring, for example. So there's a few other rules in SB 905. So I just want to leave you with one more context. For all the CCS projects, including the two before your commission tonight, the primary concern is the CO2. It's not explosive, but liquid CO2 vaporizes and released to the atmosphere, and it's over 1.5 times heavier than air, and it displaces the oxygen in the air. At lower levels, carbon dioxide is considered minimally toxic. You may get a headache, you may get drowsy. But if you're exposed to higher concentrations, there's rapid breathing, confusion, cardiac output, elevated blood pressure, and extreme concentrations can definitely lead to death. In addition, the displacement of the oxygen means that internal combustion engines, like fire engines and ambulances, cannot operate at certain concentrations. Staff has been fully aware of this danger from the very beginning of the processing of these applications and has shaped every condition that we are recommending to you and every mitigation measure. That is one of the fundamental issues of the CO2 used in this project. While you will hear about climate change advantages and other sorts of things, I want you to listen through this filter of, will this be a safe project? And that is what I am bringing to you for your consideration. So the first case is Carbon Teravolt 1, Kern County, CCS project. So the project applicant is California Resources Corporation, and they are proposing the Carbon Teravolt 1, Kern County carbon capture and storage project It's on 9,104 acres of surface land in Elk Hills oil field. I'd like to point out that the reason it says Kern County is because they have named this very same project in another part, which is in San Joaquin County. So we don't want the public to get confused. This is the Kern County Carbon Teravolt project. The proposed project is located on the west side of Elk Hills Road, north side of Skyline Road. It's completely within the Elk Hills oil field. Surrounding areas are agricultural fields, a few active and fallow, and existing oil fields. Midway Sunset, Kittrick, and Simrick. Skyline Road is closed to public entry at the southern end of the proposed project CUP boundary, which on this map is the green, correct? And Skyline Road connects to Elk Hills Road, which connects the city of Taft to the south and Buttonwillow to the north. There's a gated and guarded entrance to the field at the western intersection of Skyline Drive and Elk Hills Road. So this is not a public area. So the actions necessary for this carbon capture project is changes in zone classifications from limited agriculture on 7,130 acres to A, which is exclusive ag, a zone where a CCS project with a CUP has been determined to be compatible. It is within an oil field designated by the state of California in the Kern County General Plan for mineral, petroleum, and resource uses. Second, it needs a conditional use permit for all the facilities to capture the CO2 from the source. The source that they have identified, which we have analyzed, is pre-combustion oil field gas from the Elk Hills field. And the CUP includes that. It includes the entire boundary of the underground pore space for permanent storage, 6 Class 6 UIC wells, conversion of 10 existing oil wells to monitoring wells, conversion of 6 existing oil wells for seismic wells. There will be abandonment of oil wells since you cannot allow the oil wells to remain on these 9,000 acres since it may create a path for the CO2 to come out. And the total capacity of the underground storage is 40 million metric tons of storage, with injection anticipated to reach capacity in 25 years, with 75 years after that of monitoring for 100 years of oversight. There is then a separate CUP for the CO2 facility pipeline to transport from the capture facility source to the injection wells. I'd like to just touch on a comment that has been raised in many comments about CRC's merger with Era Energy. While CRC announced the signing of a merger agreement and did complete a merger with Era Energy, who is the applicant for the second project on your agenda, these are 2 separate projects with 2 separate proponents. They are not required to be processed together. And there is no relationship between the projects. There's no shared facilities. There's no connection between them. And to date, there is no change in the name of either of these 2 project proponents. So as I noted, the initial source of CO2 is the pre-combustion oil field gas from infield locations, including uses associated with the Elk Hills natural gas power plant. This plant is rated for up to 500 megawatts. It provides power for both the oil fields and the grid, electric grid. Maximum injection per year would be up to 2,210,000 metric tons per year divided between 2 formations. And all of the surface and pore space for this project is controlled by California Resources Corporation. Project will be developed in 2 phases for capture site infrastructure, facility pipelines, and injections. And there is a full description of the project technical details on pages 8 through 22 of the staff report and chapter 3, project description of the EIR. The nearest urbanized areas to the CUP boundary, which brings up this issue again of safety, of the CCS surface land area and the underground storage area, is the city of Taft at 8.5 miles, the unincorporated community of Tupman, which is 5 miles, and the unincorporated community of Buttonwillow, which is 4 miles. The city of Bakersfield City Center is 26 miles. The closest school to the injection and capture facility is McKittrick, 4.5 miles away, where there is now only an elementary school. There are no residential structures within the CUP boundary. So the next slide, I'd like to show you these schools and the distance. This chart is from page 5 and 6 of your staff report. The greatest chance of a leak is from the injection wells, the capture facility, and the pipelines, not the surface, because there will be no activities on the surface. So we've used this to show that the closest distance to the CUP boundary itself is 2.78 miles, which is the McKittrick Elementary School. But the distance to the closest injection well is over 4.47 miles and the facility pipeline. And later, I'm going to present to you the safety information on why those distances will not have any exposure if there is a leak. Once again, as a reminder, this project has oversight from other governmental agencies, as I presented, and page 7 and 8 detail the federal and state permitting. I'm going to touch on some of the technical aspects. So as I said, it's the pre-combustion Elk Hills gas. This is already being produced and captured and processed at the existing cryogenic and fractionization natural gas plant, CGP1. That was constructed and has been operating in Elk Hills since 2013, along with the Elk Hills power plant. What is that gas plant? They use extremely low temperatures and they separate out liquid hydrocarbons, like natural gas liquids, from the natural gas stream by using different boiling points of each component, and that's what fractionization is. And so at the end of it, the cooler, condense the heavier hydrocarbons, and then other uses. So they have a variety of products that come out of this gas plant, and they are going to capture the CO2 from that process. The first pre-combustion injections are 101,743 tons per year with each phase, and that leaves other capacity for them to inject. At this time, they are not before your commission. They all have to go through a public EIR process. What is before you is only the initial source and the underground warehouse. So I'd like you to think about this like a shopping center. It has more dangers than a shopping center, but when you permit a shopping center or a logistical warehouse, you are permitting the whole thing. It's 8 million square feet, or it's 1 million square feet. And then tenants come in and they use the buildings, and we condition the buildings. So what's before you is the initial source and the underground permanent storage of 40 million metric tons of capacity. So it's like the buildings of a shopping center. And at this point, there's been many comments put in the record that we should know what all the sources are. I've put a condition on, which I'll go over in a second, to be very clear that every source that goes into this has to go through an EIR, and it has to go through its own process, and it may be approved and it may not. But you are approving the underground permanent storage in the initial source. So how do they capture it? Well, the proposed project uses a chemical solvent, specifically amine. This one is going to use amine absorption, and that is the process of choice to remove the CO2 from the pre-combustion natural gas. That amine-based capture is well proven, it's commercially available, it's been used in the petroleum sector for over 30 years. It treats a critical process, it enhances the safety and reliability of the natural gas by reducing its acid gas content. So it's passed over this absorber unit. The CO2 molecules dissolve into the solution. It then goes into another process that strips the CO2 out, recycles the amine to reuse. Then it is pressurized, since all gases have to be turned into whatever pressure they need to be transported. And then it's transported through the facility pipeline to one of the injection wells. So let's talk about the underground pipeline. So it's installed, it would be covered in cathodic protection to prevent corrosion. One of the big challenges with CO2 is corrosion, and after installation, it will be hydro-tested to verify its integrity and monitored through the life. It would be required to have a long list of mitigations, required safety features for monitoring and immediate shutdown. Safety measures are being enforced by the Kern County Fire Department and the State of California Fire Marshal and follow all the federal requirements developed by PHMSA, which is the United States Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. If a pipeline is not regulated by PHMSA, we have put a condition in that it's imposed and given that authority to the Kern County Fire Department. So what are these requirements? They are including but not limited to automatic shutoff valves at intervals determined by the fire department to minimize the quantity of CO2 that could be released. Pressure and flow monitoring equipment to detect abnormal conditions. Upon a detection of a rupture, a CO2 compressors would automatically shut it down. There would be infrared cameras. Operators would continuously monitor it. This is an oil field. The control room of an oil field looks like something you would see in a NASA control room. It is a major control room where operators are there 24/7, looking at pressure, looking at gauges. The oil companies have the capacity to monitor this pipeline the same way. And that would be a mandated, along with the fire department inspecting to make sure that all of that is being monitored appropriately. Barriers would also be installed to protect the pipeline for any vehicle impacts or other sorts of things. All these features in detail are in the staff report on pages 11 through 14. Construction and operation of the facility is comprehensively described, detailed, and conditioned in the final recirculated EIR, and this staff report only provides a summary of the project. I'd like to touch on the CEQA process. The final recirculated environmental impact report has been prepared and provided for your consideration. The whole process is included in pages 22 through 36. We went through a notice of preparation in March, April 2022, released a draft EIR in December 2023. We extended the comment period of that past 45 days. And then because the US EPA had released their draft permit, they requested that we have joint workshops with them, and we did. They're not required by CEQA, they're part of the US EPA process, and so we agreed to a collaborative relationship in the processing and permitting of this first CCS project. The county and the US EPA provided Spanish interpretation and translated materials at the joint live public workshops held in Taft and Buttonwillow, as well as a virtual, there was actually two in Buttonwillow, and an online virtual. Based on that review, staff determined we were going to revise the EIR to reflect the permitting that had been given to us by the EPA and recirculate it for more public review. So this EIR has been circulated twice, not just once. There are 91 mitigation measures to reduce significant impacts, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program has been included as Exhibit C to your staff report. We looked at 3 alternatives. In Chapter 6, no project alternative, initial source direct air capture alternative, and a nature-based carbon storage alternative. Pages 29 through 33, the staff report describes that analysis. And the environmentally superior alternative is alternative 2, initial source direct air capture. So I'd like to get into some of the comments and the answers that we have provided as responses. As required by law, Volume 3, Chapter 7, Response to Comments, was prepared, posted at the county clerk, the state CEQA clearinghouse, provided to your commission, and mailed to commenters at least 10 days before this hearing. It was mailed on August 30th, 2024. Staff received 2,294 written comment letters on the draft recirculated EIR from federal, state, and local agencies and interested parties during this review period. And each of the comments are addressed in the written response. Staff notes that the Friends of the Earth comment was submitted 2,038 times, the same comment by individuals by email. And the Last Chance Alliance comment was submitted 236 times by individuals, all opposing the project. Chapter 7 response to comments includes the following global responses, which include address concerns and questions raised. Global response, GR1 source identification, GR2 extending the life of fossil fuels, GR3 environmental justice and public participation, GR4 CO2 pipelines, GR5 greenhouse gases impacts, GR6 air quality impacts, GR7 geologic and induced seismicity risk, GR8 mitigation effectiveness, GR9 alternatives, and GR10 cumulative impacts. Staff, the comments raised both policy questions and issues that appropriately are related, and we have provided experts to counter the claims in the report submitted concerning leaks from the facility, pipeline leaks, and seismic integrity. So let's talk first about sources. So one of the issues that has been raised is you have to identify all the future sources that would go into this facility and permit those before you can do this under CEQA. As detailed in GR1 source identification, the only source we've identified and analyzed is the existing field gas streams. Additional existing and new CO2 sources completely outside the boundary would have to be permitted and conveyed for permanent underground storage. There is no infrastructure planned in this project to bring that in, and there is no requirement under CEQA that we do that. And we have provided an extensive written response to those claims. However, to ensure the integrity of this process, we have proposed a mitigation measure, Mitigation Measure 4.11-7, which limits the future sources to only sources in Kern County. They could be in the cities, or they can be in the unincorporated areas. But you cannot bring a source from Tulare County, you cannot bring a source from San Joaquin County and do a long pipeline, which would raise all sorts of other issues. So only sources in Kern County. And here is the list of the types of sources. Green hydrogen, green hydrogen, which is hydrogen that's completely produced by renewable energy. Blue hydrogen, which could include using natural gas. Biomass carbon removal, cement production, green steel, oil field streams, power plants, direct air capture, and alternative fuel. All those projects would require an additional CUP and EIR. All CO2 pipelines would require a CUP and EIR. And if the CO2 came from a source in an incorporated city, they would have to show compliance with environmental review before it could be allowed to be injected. In addition, there are also requirements that it meet the federal standards of the US EPA. Comment letters in opposition assert the project will contribute to increased air impacts and health risk. As your commission is well aware, we are putting developer mitigation agreements on these projects, and this project also will have one. It's slightly different. It is Mitigation Measure 4.3-5. They're going to mitigate all criteria pollutants to no net increase. However, normally, those funds would be allowed to be used in the 8 counties of the San Joaquin Air District. When SB 905 was passed by the legislature, the California Air Resources Board now has state law that says that the air mitigation has to go into the communities that are closest to the CCS project. Therefore, later you will see in your staff report that instead, originally we had proposed 20 miles. We are now, based on availability of the funds, we are now requiring that funds can only be used in the Kern County portion of the San Joaquin Basin. That would include cities, that would include, and they have to be a disadvantaged community. So in this particular case, finally, because the California Air Resources Board overrules the San Joaquin Air District, we will not be sending this money to the other counties in Stockton or other places to be used. It will be used here in these communities, and I will go over that mitigation in a minute. I want to talk about the pipeline danger. As we have noted, the impacts of inhalation at CO2 at higher concentrations is a primary concern, and the comments all, and you will hear them tonight, have focused on the CO2 pipelines. The final recirculated EIR, Section 4.9 hazards, has listed and described every CO2 pipeline accident in the United States from 1930 to 2020, and there have been no fatalities. The most significant event over the last 20 years is the Denbury pipeline rupture in Satartia, Mississippi, which happened in 2020. This has been raised in comment as evidence that CO2 pipelines are too dangerous for use in Kern County. So we included the entire, in Appendix B2, the entire failure investigation report from PHMSA. So it is in the EIR and everyone can read it. Denbury's 24-inch pipeline ruptured, releasing liquid CO2 that immediately began to vaporize at atmospheric conditions as Mississippi humidity was very high. The pipeline is 1 mile southeast of the community of Satarsha, and 200 people had to evacuate, including the entire town of Satarsha, which is 50 people of the 200, and it sent 45 people to local hospitals. As well, it was next to an elementary school. It's an above-ground pipeline. There were no fatalities. However, the failure report is a long list of lax or no regulations, lack of appropriate maintenance of the pipeline, inappropriate location on a steep embankment which collapsed after heavy rains, atmospheric conditions that delayed dispersal, and a complete failure of any emergency notification by Denbury Pipeline Company to the local first responders, law enforcement, or any emergency procedures. Staff has reviewed this failure in depth and included protections for each failure noted to ensure that this review of the project under the California Environmental Quality Act does not duplicate the lack of review and regulation in Mississippi. You'll hear that this is an untested industry, and the dependence of this project on state funding under the Low Carbon Fuel Standard regulations by CARB means that it is not viable. Staff has reviewed these issues and notes that the CCS project is not required to seek those fundings, and we do not review other projects for their fiscal stability. That is actually what the market does. A project comes before us. What we want to make sure is that if it's half finished or if there's issues that could happen if it does go out of existence. But we don't review the fiscal stability of projects, and so we're not recommending you do that on this either. While the geology and permit review by the US EPA appears to provide sufficient evidence this geologic formation will retain the CO2 successfully, your commission is not being asked to verify or otherwise ensure that that will happen. The final recirculated EIR is clear that CO2 may be vented and the project may not reach full capacity of storage. The issue is safety if there's a leak, detection of a leak, quickly and appropriate response. The project, however, is required to post a bond with the US EPA for many, many millions of dollars to ensure that a half-finished project will not be safe. So the US EPA, with their permitting, will have bonds for decommissioning and bonds for stopping injection. Okay. So this is the first CCS project. Some of the mitigation that you will see is unlike other mitigation that has been brought before you. They reflect the joint regulatory management that we talked about. So one of the most important is there will be restrictions on the use of that 9,000 acres. So on the map, what we're talking about is the green, I think. Oh, we're talking about the green and the purple. So the CUP boundary is the surface lands. The only thing they can do on that land is agriculture with a site plan review. So normally you just go out and you put crops in. In this case, there will be limits to that because we don't want them to penetrate the CO2 storage area. They can do solar with a CUP and an EIR. They can do battery storage with a CUP and an EIR. And they can do normal oil field activities, but it will not include drilling new wells, and they will actually be abandoning a lot of the wells that are already there. Anything that can drill into the protected pore space could cause a leak, and that is what we are concerned about. We're going to require, because SB 905 requires that a fence line air monitoring plan. There will be recorded deed restrictions on all the parcels that essentially tell people through the title reports and the deed, because the deed will then show up in a title report, that this land, this surface land, overlies a CCS project. So there'll be a deed restriction. We will notify all property owners within specified distances of the CUP boundary that this is a CCS project and tell them the date of the first commencement of injection. There will be annual notification of school districts and state educational authorities that this is a CCS boundary, so that they can make their plans for whether they want to do new schools. There will be annual notification of tribes of the approved boundary. There will be special geofencing of the boundary to alert oil field workers and outside peoples of the boundary of the CCS. We will put a special notification in the county building permit system so that there won't by accident someone come in and say, well, we want to put a commercial coach on that piece of property. We will have a restriction on that. There will be extensive coordination between county staff, US EPA, and CARB before any construction or operations. These are all conditions and mitigation measures. There's a special wildlife exclusion fencing around the Class 6 wells of 500 feet to avoid minor leaks of CO2 as you're injecting it, affecting endangered species. So this is an exclusion zone. This is a fence with a biologist that will make sure there are no wildlife in that fence. If they open the gate, they have to have a biologist confirm that before they close the gate, nothing got in there. If there is a fatality inside that enclosure, they have to stop injection and call the appropriate wildlife agency to come out and decide what actually caused the death. Obviously, there are emergency protocols. So there will be annual funding for special CO2 equipment and training that the fire department needs. And I will review that in a minute. In addition, as you may realize, as soon as you abandon a well, there are no more property taxes for that reserve. So this 9,000 acres actually won't be assessed for oil. So the question is, how do we pay for public services? And are we once again going to take thousands of acres off our tax rolls? So we have imposed, and pore space at this point cannot be assessed. It's not assessable. So we have imposed a cumulative impact oil and gas reservoir pore space charge for revenue for public services that is akin to the cumulative impact charge that you've seen on solar. It has a different structure, which I can review in a minute, but it will provide for the services. Otherwise, given the Lawrence Livermore Labs projection of how many acres of carbon capture projects we could have for storage, we could have thousands of acres that no longer pay property taxes, and we will be back in the same position we're in with large-scale solar. So we don't want to do that. So we've formulated this. So all the staff has reviewed and considered all the comments received. Pages 36 through 37 contain 2 changes to mitigation measures, which are minor. Pages 37 to 40 contain changes based on a staff evaluation, and these are the important changes. First, the one I talked about, which is instead of 20-mile radius, the eligible CCS air funding communities, which is what we're calling them, are disadvantaged communities in the valley portion of Kern County within the boundaries of the San Joaquin Valley Air District. In addition, they will be paying $140,000 a year that we will use to hire a planner, or we may contract with an outside firm to coordinate with these communities so that we can spend this money for grants to clean up. It can be used for EV chargers, it can be used to clean up school buses, and we will actually implement this money here. So staff has evaluated the worst case risk analysis for a major rupture of the pipeline. This is based on the risk analysis that was provided by the applicant, as well as other experts that we have, other information that has been given to us. What is the safest distance of the pipeline for parcels outside the CUP boundary? So based on information on the health effects of CO2 at various concentrations, obviously the concentrations range from 1% up to 7%. 7% is fatal, instantly fatal. We have determined that a 2 to 3% exposure level be used for determining the distance, and we have provided in the staff report the US EPA information on the health risk. So a 1% to 1.5% exposure can actually occur at a crowded truck stop. So if you go to a truck stop where there's lots of trucks gassing up at the same time and lots of cars, you may actually, if you're standing outside for any period of time, around the times, you may actually be exposed to 1% CO2. It causes dizziness a little bit, your heart rate may go up a little bit, but it is not fatal. It's just what happens. Up to a 3% exposure, you feel the effects. Heart rate goes up, increased blood pressure. The predicted scenario for this project used a worst case of 4%, and they calculated a distance of 867 feet before exposure to the 4%. We think that's too high, and we are using a 3%. 4% is still dangerous to life and health. It means that you could be laying on the ground semi-unconscious, waiting for a firefighter with a very heavy air respirator who has to come and pick you up. By the time they get there, 4% is too high a concentration. That was what the applicant's worst case. We took that and extrapolated it down, and we think it's a 3% exposure limit for the possibility of a leak that's not detected and allowed to continue by high winds onto property not owned by the owner-operator. So this is leaving the CUP boundary and affecting someone else. Maybe they're just checking on their cattle that are grazing. Maybe they're just, going out to look at their piece of property. So the pipeline, we also took into account the higher rate of compromised persons with respiratory conditions. Therefore, the distance that we have put into this amended mitigation measure is the pipeline has to be 1,367 feet from any pipeline to any property parcel line outside the project that's not owned by the owner-operator or they have an agreement with that property owner for some sort of control, which is normal in the oil companies because of mineral rights. So they may make an agreement with the surface owner because they have the mineral rights that they can do certain things on the surface. So for this project, it's 1,367 feet. This adds 500 feet to the distance, and this brings you down to an under 3%, closer to 2%. There are no home schools closer than 3 miles. In addition to that distance, the Kern County Fire Department uses Ready Kern, which you may be familiar with and have registered for, to notify in case of an issue. Ready Kern will be included in any emergency plan. There's a whole mitigation measure that they're all going to work together, the state fire marshal, CARB, everyone, and the fire to put together this emergency plan. We want to use Ready Kern. So in this notification letter that the applicant is going to send to the property owners to say, we're going to start injection, they're going to encourage them to sign up for Ready Kern, and they're going to pay $30,000 a year to the Kern County Fire Department for maintenance of Ready Kern. So we have a notification program based on the infrared cameras, based on the shutoffs. The leak will never get 1,367 feet, but if it does, it will be at under a 3% concentration. So with this required, and this is on top of the $250,000 a year they're going to pay to the fire department for specialized CO2 equipment and training and ongoing related CO2 emergency simulations, scenarios, and other sorts of things that have to happen. We have CO2 here in Kern County, but it is not on this scale. So the fire department needs to have this training and have this equipment. With this required setback and the related support structure, the modeled worst-case scenario will not impact surrounding communities. The communities have put comments, members of the community, and many are here tonight, and they may make the same comment that they are concerned about Lost Hills and Buttonwillow and others. They are miles and miles away. The CO2 will not reach that far, given the conditions that we've placed on this. However, we have taken a conservative approach. The information given to us by the applicant took a more probability and statistical approach, and we are recommending that we take a more conservative and a stricter distance so that we can feel confident that we are protecting these. All the comments received and provided to your commission, including an addendum today, all the comments in circulation have been provided to you. You have received an addendum. It includes support letters. It also includes the press release from Carbon Teravolt. They are required to do a community benefit agreement for their US EPA permit, not for their Kern County permit, and they have provided the press release to us, and we have provided it to you. Staff has evaluated the project for compatibility with the location, existing uses, safety for distances to surrounding community schools. We have determined there is sufficient evidence in the record to make the required findings. As always, we have provided you the required 15091 findings of fact, 15093 statement of overriding considerations, have been provided in Exhibit A and B. The Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program for 91 mitigation measures is Exhibit C. The impacts will remain significant for various resource areas on page 44, but as permitted by law, your commission can consider social, economic, and other benefits that the project will bring that outweigh them. The 15093 statement of overriding considerations will support possible diversification of Kern County industries to design a carbon management future and provide, over the course of 25 years, $59.7 million of total revenue from the cumulative impact oil and gas reserve pore space as oil revenues decline. $280,000 a year for the Kern County Fire Department for CO2 training equipment, as well as support for the Ready Kern, and one-time sales tax of an estimated $2 million. In conclusion, I'd like to talk about how we developed this recommendation. We did review all the comments submitted in opposition. A lot of them came from Kern County, but the majority of them came from outside California. Comments emphasized this or in other parts of California, but most of them actually came from outside California. The comments emphasize this technology is being untested, not needed to address climate change, and emphasizes that it prolongs fossil fuel use and benefits an oil and gas company. The process may not have been done in California, but it has been done successfully around the world for over 30 years, with projects still in operation of collecting CO2 and storing it permanently underground. With the regulatory framework of both the state of California, the US EPA UIC program, the California Environmental Quality Act, and our zoning powers, there are sufficient safeguards to regulate this land use. As far as untested, I'd like to just point out that Kern County began wind power in the 1980s and large-scale solar in 2009. And when the first large-scale solar project, which was thousands of acres, was being processed, the largest operating solar project was only 360 acres any place in the United States. And we heard the same thing. It was untested. They could go bankrupt. They used reflective mirrors that could break. Why are you doing this? But we developed policies and we conditioned the projects to fit our communities. And we decided on locations and where they should and shouldn't go. And so I believe that we as a county have experience to evaluate these types of projects. As your commission is aware, California is the 7th largest producer of crude oil among the 50 states, falling from 3rd in the last 12 years. And we ranked 3rd in crude oil refining capacity. We also happen to be the largest consumer of jet fuel and the 2nd largest consumer of motor gasoline among the 50 states, only surpassed by Texas. So clearly there is demand for fossil fuels throughout California and neighboring states. And so while the policy of the state of California is to phase out domestic production of oil and natural gas, that is not the policy of the Kern County Board of Supervisors. The oil and gas industry contributed $13.5 billion into the Kern County economy, but that contribution is in decline due to policies of the state. This project uses existing oil field assets for a use that could contribute eventually, possibly, to new types of jobs and investment, as it could attract new types of industries. All those industries would require full permitting and analysis, and they may not come. But while they're speculative, based on the state of California's policies, which force oil in decline without innovative reuse by the oil industry, this will become stranded assets of land and facilities. The project provides a possibility, but not a certainty, of an enhanced economy ahead of the state of California's revenue-destroying policies on fossil fuels that will take effect in 2045. The question is can it be implemented safely? There is a long list of regulations on this project that may or may not be fiscally implementable. That is up to the applicant to decide. At the end of the day, if the project doesn't move forward, then there will be no impact. If the project is approved and it moves forward and it's half finished, you turn off the injection and there are millions of dollars of bonds to pull the injection out. And the CO2 that was going to go into the air in the first place will go back in the air possibly. I don't believe so, and the EPA does not believe so. So based on the whole of the record, staff recommends approval of the zone changes and conditional use permits subject to all requirements of the final recirculated EIR, mitigation measures and conditions of approval. And when you are ready, I am prepared to read a revised, slightly revised for the word recirculated, I believe. A revised recommendation. Thank you. That completes my presentation.
Thank you, Planning Director Oviatt and Planner Keith Alvidrez for your staff report on this item. Okay, before we move forward, Mr. Murphy, I just want to confirm that I can allow the applicant to come forward.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going
And
to
we
allow.
do have a presentation for them as well.
Perfect. So we're going to allow the applicant to come forward to provide their presentation, and then we will enter into the public comment portion. Please state your name for the record. One moment. Mic check.
Hurst.
There you go. Now go ahead.
My name is Travis Hurst.
Travis, before you go, I was going to make this announcement during public comment, but I want to make it now because the audience is partaking in this. So one of the things is I do not want interruption or distraction during any public comment individual statements, right? So we are here to respect everybody's comment no matter their opinion. So this includes, yelling, waving, laughing, raising signs while somebody is speaking about a particular item. If you would like to refer to the signs during your comments, you are welcome to, but I will not allow signs to be held while someone else is speaking. So please keep those down while someone else is speaking. We want to respect everyone's comments. Please continue.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you tonight, Planning Commission. My name is Travis Hurst. I am Director of Carbon Storage with California Resources Corporation. I have a short presentation on the CTV1 project, building upon what Lorelei shared. First and foremost, thank you for attending today's Planning Commission and everybody in the crowd. Some acknowledgements. We'd like to acknowledge Kern County Planning and Natural Resource Department, particularly Lorelei and Keith. California.
Will you please get closer to the mic so I can hear you?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. The Carbon Teravolt team and consultants, community members and organizations who engaged with us, provided their comments and concerns, and support the project, as well as you, the Planning Commission. The CTV1 project, as Lorelei mentioned, is within the Elk Hills oil field, which is wholly owned by California Resources Corporation. This is a world-class CO2 sequestration reservoir where we can safely store up to 46 million tons of CO2, supporting California's climate change goals. The project consists of two reservoirs, A1, A2, and 26R. These two reservoirs are ideal energy transition opportunities because we are repurposing two depleted oil and gas fields. The project will consist of monitoring wells for subsurface confinement, a seismic monitoring network, air monitoring, and facility infrastructure monitoring to ensure confinement of the CO2. The project also includes infrastructure and facilities. This is the 35R amine carbon capture unit and pipelines connecting the 35R capture facility to the A1, A2, and 26R injectors. All of the components of the project that I just discussed are within the Elk Hills oil field boundary. The Elk Hills oil field is an ideal place for the first carbon sequestration within the state of California, and CRC is best positioned to take on the responsibility for carbon sequestration. CRC is committed to the highest level of safety and environmental stewardship, and this is recognized. CRC received 22 National Safety Council Achievement Awards in 2023. We were named by Newsweek as one of America's most responsible companies in 2024. That was the third year in a row. And we're very proud because CRC was awarded Energy Transition Upstreet Award at the 25th Annual Platts Global Energy Awards in December of 2023. These awards are because of our extensive experience and our dedication to monitoring environment and safety. We have extensive experience with over 200 oil and gas fields, 7,000 active producer and injector wells, and more than 8,000 miles of pipeline. A project like this requires extensive permitting. The list shown here is a summary of the major permits. I'm only going to talk through a couple of the major ones. It starts with the Kern County Planning and Natural Resource Department conditional use permit and zone change. The second is the United States Environmental Protection Agency. This is for Class 6 underground injection for CO2. The EPA has primacy for CO2 injection in the state of California, the intent of which is to ensure that underground sources of drinking water are not impacted and the CO2 stays confined to the reservoir. Next is a California Air Resources Board CSS permanent certification. We are going through the process with CARB to obtain permanent certification, and we intend to adhere to the requirements in that certification. Finally, community engagement, which is incredibly important to CRC and this project. We have engaged with community members and organizations that are close to the project, including folks in Buttonwillow, Taft, McKittrick, and other West Kern communities. We are developing partnerships. These partnerships are important, and I know that some of the folks behind me today are here from these organizations. The Building and Construction Trades Council, the Council of Carpenters, Westside Recreation and Park District, Buttonwillow School District, and the Cesar Chavez Foundation. Finally, as mentioned, we have developed a comprehensive community benefit plan. This community benefit plan commits to providing 1% of the CTV1 project's investments to labor, academic, and community organizations to build new and expanded programs. That's all I have for you, Planning Commission, and I appreciate the opportunity to allow to speak to you today.
Thank you very much. So now at this time, we are going to open it up for public comment on this particular item. A friendly reminder is we have 2 projects this evening. This is one of 2. So I'd like to assess how many of you plan to speak on this particular item. Hold on one second. We're looking to see how much time we need to allot for support and opposition. So if you are in support of the project, please raise your hand. If you plan on speaking, please keep your hand raised. Great, thank you. If you are in opposition of the project, please raise your hand. And if you plan on speaking, please continue to have your hand raised. Great, thank you. So I think we're going to proceed with a pretty routine manner of doing public comment. We're going to do 2 minutes per each speaker. We're going to start with the support side. We have the front row reserved for those individuals that are looking to speak. Again, to remind everyone, please be respectful during comments. Please do not laugh, wave signs that are not pertaining to their comments. Please do not be disrespectful. We want to make sure that everyone gets appropriate space to say whatever they're feeling about the project. Okay, so we're going to start with support. If you're interested in speaking of support of the project, please move forward to fill in the seats in front. And behind me is the clock where we'll be monitoring your 2-minute time. I will give a 10 to 15 second warning. And first speaker, please come forward. For the first speaker, please come forward. So wait 1 second. We'll get everyone kind of moving around. You're going to spell your first and last name for the record, please. And we'll see how this goes. You're the first one.
2 minutes?
What'd you say?
Is that part of my 2 minutes? Spell my name.
Yeah.
It's George Harmer, Georgeharmer. I'm here to, can I start? I'm here to express my wholehearted support for this proposed carbon capture project in our community. As a member of this vibrant community, and I'm also a board member for Californians for Energy and Science, a nonprofit organization that has been monitoring air quality around California for the past year. I believe that implementing such a project aligns with our shared goals in environmental stewardship development. Furthermore, the implementation of the carbon capture project presents an opportunity for our community to lead by example and showcase our commitment to environmental sustainability. By investing in innovative technologies and sustainable practices, we can inspire other communities to follow suit and collectively work towards a more sustainable future. I firmly believe that the carbon capture project will not only benefit our environment, but also the community's economic prosperity. The project has the potential to create new job opportunities, attract investment, and foster innovation in our region, positioning us as a leader in the transition to low-carbon economy. I urge this community to consider supporting and collaborating on this important interactive process. Together, we can make a positive impact on our environment, strengthen our community, and contribute to a more sustainable world for future generations. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I'm excited for the potential of the carbon capture project and eager to see what our community thrive as a result of this. And also, my granddaughter goes to McKittrick School, which is the closest to any other to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Osborne, DANIELOSBORNE. I'm a business agent for the ironworkers. I'm here tonight, though, as a... Is this cutting out? Oh, sorry.
Speak as closely to the mic as you can.
There we go. That's better. I'm here tonight as a building trades delegate. There's a lot of my fellow tradesmen and women here tonight who are also Kern County residents. These are people who depend on projects like this one to keep food on the table, to keep the lights on, right? If we don't build, we starve, okay? That being said, we're not interested in building things just for the sake of building. We take pride in building things that matter. And we have a project of this magnitude that's committed to putting Kern County residents to work, paying them a fair wage, and addressing the global climate crisis. I believe that's a project that matters. I believe that's a project worth building. I hope this commission will agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Randy Benson, RANDYBENSON. Good evening, Commission and staff. My name is Randy Benson, and I'm here representing the more than 1,000 skilled union carpenters here in Kern County. We're here tonight to provide our full support for item 1, the Carbon Teravolt project, because of the community benefits that this project will bring. These are mortgage-paying jobs, these are apprenticeship opportunities, and retirement benefits. This is just some of the amazing things that the project will bring to the community. Not to mention that this project brings the county in terms of energy diversification. We ask the commission to vote yes on item 1 in accordance with staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Mario Salinas. That's Mario Salinas. I am the president of the Laborers Local 220. We have over 50 members from our local here. We have both journeymen and apprentices, as well as males and females. We are proudly here to support this wonderful project. I think that with everything that's going, we're going green and everything within the next few years. You know, we've been out here working on these types of projects. These type of projects will contribute to our economy, helps our environment, and produces a lot of great paying jobs with benefits for all our members and for our whole community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there, I'm Jason Wells, JASON WELLS. Honored to serve as the president of Adventist Health here in Central California. We care deeply about the health of Central California. We operate 8 hospitals and over 130 clinics. Carbon capture is a proven technology. California is behind. It kills me when the Cowboys win in the state of Texas. They're far ahead of us in carbon capture, and it's time that we catch up and we have the opportunity to lead here in Kern County for the state. Over 350 carbon capture projects are in development around the world. And again, for this to be I serve on the board with Kern County Economic Development Commission, and the opportunity to create more jobs, to create great paying jobs, but to lead the nation in this space is a tremendous opportunity. We are all involved in our own carbon capture in some way. I'm pretty sure everyone in this room has popped a can of Pepsi or a can of Coke and put it on our body. That is carbon dioxide that we are putting in our body. And every single time we exhale, we breathe in about 0.4% carbon dioxide. That's natural in the air. We exhale the same 4%. Bedtime reading, take your phone out and Google that. The science behind it is clear. 4% carbon dioxide comes out of our body when we exhale. And so carbon dioxide is not something to be afraid of. This is a tremendous opportunity for us to take the lead in Kern County. And as a part of someone who leads 7,200 health workers, we are passionate to see Kern County lead. We did the first heart surgery in Kern County. We want to grow, and we want Kern County to lead. So thank you for your support, and I really want to thank the team for their due diligence and their incredible work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Reed, ALISSAREED. I represent the Kern, Inyo, and Mono Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. I'm here representing our union affiliates and their more than 6,000 members. Tonight I am proud to speak in support of Carbon Teravolt's project to bring to fruition the first carbon capture and sequestration project in Kern County. Our council has been a proud partner of CRC and Carbon Teravolt, a partnership that started over 8 years ago when CRC entered into a groundbreaking project labor agreement with the trades to maintain their operations in Elk Hills. This PLA supported the creation of good-paying jobs for our members and demonstrated their commitment to our communities with high-quality jobs and safe operations. The building and construction trades looks forward to continuing to work with CRC and Carbon Teravolt, constructing this project with the highest commitment to the safety and environmental standards required, and contributing to our thriving communities. Questions have been raised about the number of jobs that will be created by this project. I believe, as Lorelei alluded to, that in addition to those operational jobs noted, the project will lead to the creation of not only many of high-quality construction jobs, but also many maintenance job opportunities. And additionally, we cannot lose sight of the door that this will open for future projects that will bring many more jobs to our communities. Together, we can lead the efforts towards carbon neutrality and achieving our shared climate goals. By supporting projects like this under a project labor agreement, we create good jobs and pave the way for cleaner and healthier communities. I respectfully request that your commission approve the staff request in front of you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Williams, GLORIA WILLIAMS. and I am pleased to represent the Boys and Girls Clubs of Kern County. It is an honor to be here to speak in support of California Resources Corporation's Carbon Teravolt 1 project. As a local resident and an employee of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Kern County, I can speak to the fact that we are excited about the potential for CRC's Carbon Teravolt 1 project. A little bit about our organization and why we support the approval of this project. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Kern County provides essential benefits to local youth, families, and community stakeholders, and we depend upon reliable energy resources to assist us in our efforts. As a nonprofit organization in Kern County, serving 11 school districts, 71 school sites, and providing a safe space for 7,000 plus youth daily, we believe CRC's Carbon Teravolt 1 project will equip our organization with a local, and might I add, responsible energy source that's beneficial for our after-school programs, where we can continue to engage at-risk youth in constructive character-building activities. This carbon capture and storage project is an investment in Kern County in its future and will help reduce carbon emissions and advance clean energy projects in the state. This project will provide real solutions for the future of energy production in Kern County and will also create jobs and business opportunities through the development of a new carbon management economy.
6-second warning.
That said, we support this vital investment in our community, and on behalf of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Kern County, we support and ask you for the approval of CRC's Carbon Teravolt 1 project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Balaji Rodriguez, B-L-O-D-G-I-E, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z. I'm here representing Latinas Lead California PAC. We are the first and only nonpartisan political action committee dedicated to getting Latinas elected into office. As a realtor in this region, I'm excited about the potential of the Carbon Teravolt CTV project. The CCS project is an investment in Kern County's future, and will help reduce carbon emissions and advance clean energy projects in the state. I support this approval, or the approval of this project.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brian Holt, B-R-I-A-N-H-O-L-T, representing 1,300 Kern County electricians and their families. I want to echo a lot of the comments earlier on the economic benefits, but also want to commend staff on their hard work, especially Director Oviatt. Thank you for that. This is a good project, and we hope that you send it to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Cody Brooks, C-O-D-Y-B-R-O-O-K-S. I represent all signatory electrical contractors here in Kern County, and we have a good partnership with the IBEW, who Brian just spoke. And like he said, and the rest of everyone behind me, that this project will provide many opportunities and jobs of the Kern County fellow community. And I fully support the approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Dristis. I live at 20247 Hart Creek Drive in Keene. I've been a member of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 12, for 35 years. I'm a construction inspector. We inspect all aspects of construction. Every bolt, every weld is subject to the scrutiny of workers like me and my teams. It's my job to make sure projects like this are built to code, with public safety as my primary concern. Projects like this are beneficial to humanity and the economy of Kern County. These projects provide a living wage for many of the residents of Kern County. Kern County has been known for our poor air quality, and this is one of the chances that we have to show the world that we are leading the way. I fully support these projects. Thank you.
Sir, will you spell your last name for the record for us?
I'm sorry?
No. Will you just spell your last name for us?
D-R-I-S-T-A-S.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
How you doing?
Hi.
My name is Robert Zambrano, Robert Zambrano. I am a member of Local Teamsters 87. I'm here to approve. I want to give my approval to this project. It's going to bring a lot of our members to work. We represent a lot of the logistics, trucking, water trucks, flatbeds, dump trucks, tick trucks, our 775s. We do warehousing, material yards, all that stuff will give us a lot of work. And then if we're working, we go out and spend our money in the community. It helps small businesses, and the whole community wins from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Falk, Aaron, F as in Foxtrot, ALK. I'm the president and CEO of Kern Community Foundation. At Kern Foundation, we're home to over 200 different charitable funds that have been set up by people, businesses, and nonprofits in Kern County. And we help them give that money back to organizations and people in Kern County. And for full disclosure, Era Energy has been one of our great partners. We've helped them give away literally millions of dollars in Kern County. I want to say from the bottom of my heart, the work that the oil industry does in Kern County, away from the budget, right? We know they're great for tax rolls. We know that they provide great jobs. We've heard that this project is safe as far as the EPA and the government is concerned. What we get from the human side of the oil companies is not replaceable. From the big four who sponsor literally every event in town, to the mid-sized companies that you see every time you go to a fundraiser, to the families who run the industrial base that support these industries, we cannot replace what these people give back to our community. And I'll give a quick example. Just a few years ago out on the west side, we were having problems getting a medical clinic funded. We had it almost all the way to the end, and it was getting there, and we were just a few $1 million away from this thing being ready to open and serve people, underserved populations on the west side. It didn't look like it was going to get across, and a family that I know is connected to the oil industry shows up and writes a check to finish the project for over $4 million. And they did it anonymously, because these are the kinds of people and the kinds of workers and the kind of families that we want in Kern County and that are invested in Kern County. So I know this is a strong project on paper. I know that this is good for the tax roll, but if this is something that we can do to keep the oil industry in Kern County while we figure out the regulatory issues in Sacramento, then I say we support it. So I ask your support for the CRC project to the supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, would you like to go so you can head back up?
Good evening. Tough to get old, I'm going to tell you that right now. I think everybody in here can agree with that. My name's Les Clark. I'm from the west side. We moved there in the late 50s, been there ever since. Very active on the west side in all the different areas, whether it's school boards. I worked in the oil industry, of course, and I followed this project from its inception. And I'm certainly encouraged to support it. And if you go through it as I have, and a lot of the issues, and Ms. Lorelei has brought up a lot of those, and that's the other agencies you deal with. And we always thought this as being sort of a innovative technology, which that's something we should be relying on. And a lot of people just shuck that aside, but that is in the books for the EPA, and I don't know that it's ever been used. But again, knowing that, and she also brought up a lot of the safeguards, and if you ever gone through the processes, especially the AOR, area of review, you'll understand the complexity. So to say that it's not going to, the public's not going to be protected, and oh, by the way, I live in Taft. I went to McKittrick Grammar School, Belridge Grammar School, and so I'm a longtime member over there. But I appreciate the time, and appreciate the time, everybody that showed up tonight. But again, I support the recommendation to approve this project, and thank you very much.
Can we make sure we get Mr. Clark some help, please?
Do what?
His son's coming.
814 Fillmore Street, Taft, California. That's Ford City for you rookies.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriel Adami, Gabriel, Adami, A-D-A-M-E. I am a president and CEO for a local nonprofit, Youth to Leaders, that focuses on raising the percentage of low-income students to get into higher education. I believe this is a vital role for its sustainable advancements in our community. The Carbon Teravolt 1 will be crucial in helping CRC achieve its community benefits plan, aligning with the California State's climate goals by significantly reducing CO2 emissions, and hearing everyone tonight talk about economic development, bringing jobs to our county, again, focusing with our youth and making sure that they are our future leaders. It's in our name. So I approve of this Carbon Teravolt. Hopefully, once approved, as a leader here, it will advance energy solutions. I'm confident that by approving and implementing this project will greatly benefit our community and align with our shared commitment to a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, if you have already spoken, please try to make room for those who have not.
My name is Anthony Osby, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, A-U-S-B-I-E. I am the director for the Kern County Electrical Apprenticeship Program. And I'm here on behalf of the hundreds of apprentices in our program and the experience and benefit that a project like this will provide for them, but also as just another member of the skilled trades here in attendance tonight. I'd like to say that I'm also really excited for the opportunities of apprenticeship that a project like this is going to provide for our community. So I hope you guys will support this project.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is John Morales. It's Johnmoralez, Principal Officer at Teamsters Local 87, representing Kern County, Mono, and Inyo County. And I'm just here to say we're in strong support of the project. Thank you for your opportunity to allow me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Corey Morris, C-O-R-Y-M-O-R-S-E. I am the mayor of the city of Maricopa, and I do support this project. To say our community is in an economic decline, our little community, it's an understatement. We could really benefit from this project. We need the jobs. We know that energy and agriculture is our bread and butter out here, and we work well at both. And this just makes both possible with the clean energy push, as well as from a personal standpoint, I want to make sure my 4 kids have a future here in Kern County too. So I appreciate that, and I do support it, and I ask for your yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is William Estes, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-E-S-T-E-S. And I'm a representative of the local plumbers and steam fitters, Local 460 here, representing nearly 1,000 members and their families, and we stand in support of the Carbon Teravolt. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Vivian Cao, V-I-V-I-A-N-C-A-O. I serve as the president of the Kern County Asian Chamber of Commerce, and I wholeheartedly support CRC's CTV1 project for 3 main reasons. 1, it'll safeguard the local employment, preserving current jobs and generating additional job opportunities in the community. As we've heard, it not only increases public safety, but also enriches our community through programs like the Kern Community Foundation, Youth to Leaders, Boys and Girls Club, and many more, including law enforcement and firefighting. And probably most importantly, it bolsters Kern's position as a self-reliant energy leader that keeps our imported oil and ensures a stable and affordable energy source. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, the other Les Clark. I'm a district administrator of West Side Recreation and Park District. We've been a proud organization for 75 years on the west side. The downturn in the oil industry normally would have crippled a district like West Side Recreation and Park District. But as my colleague, Mr. Aaron Falk, pointed out, the oil industry has been steadfast with us. If it hadn't have been for CRC, it'd be a whole lot different story. We'd be worrying about rocks going through windshields because we have 168 programs that we run throughout the year. CRC's been there since the beginning. They stand shoulder to shoulder with us through community benefits and many other things. The industry's always been a steadfast partner to Westside Recreation and Park District. And we continue to support them, and we support this project wholeheartedly. And like my father said, I'm a Ford Cityan as well. And out back the porch sits CRC and Elk Hills, and we gladly look at that hill every single day, and we know what it represents, and we know what it brings to the community, and we know what this project can do for our community, and it allows us longevity and continued steadfast progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support.
Hello, good evening. My name is Carolina Wilshire, Carolina, Wilshire, Wilshere. I'm here tonight to express my support for the Carbon Teravolt CCS project. As a Kern County resident, also as an engineer, I'm really proud and excited that this type of technology is being implemented here in our county. And I believe, there's no one better than CRC, which is a company that has the resources and the expertise to implement such a project safely and successfully. And if you allow me now, I'm going to switch to Spanish. Lo que vine a decir esta noche es que estoy muy orgullosa de que podamos implementar este proyecto en nuestro condado, no solo como residente, sino también como ingeniera. Y para las personas que están aquí para demostrar en contra de este proyecto, quiero nada más decirles que esto es una oportunidad increíble para proteger al medio ambiente y no solo que va a proveer más puestos de trabajo, sino que va a ser un nuevo uso para los campos de petróleo que ya están declinando. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Jose Soto. I want to thank you guys here, and I'd like to thank the people who are moving this project forward. CRC, I'd like to thank them for their vision, for looking ahead, for planning carefully and safely. I know these projects take a long time, and it takes a lot of expertise. We appreciate that. I'm here representing Teamsters Local 87. I've been a member for 22 years, and I'm proud of it. We are here ready to go to work, ready to get engaged. We know how to work professionally at any level. We know that when workers apply themselves and go to work and earn money for our families, we grow our families safely and happy, and our town here, Bakersfield, will grow. I'm proud to be a resident here, and I hope that this project gets approved. And we thank you for all that you guys are doing here, for all the time that people are taking to come here and represent whoever they represent, and we just thank you. My name's Jose Soto, Josesoto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For those of you that are interested in speaking in support of this project, please make sure you move forward to the seats in the very front.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dave Noer, Davenoerr. I'm a resident of the city of Taft. I currently serve as their mayor and have served the people of the city of Taft for right at 20 years now. I also hired on to work in the oil fields of Kern County in 1981. For 43 years, I've worked out there, shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm with men and women of every color and every nationality and every religion, doing a job providing a naturally occurring organic material that is actually the foundation of quality of life, modern quality of life. I want to thank Lorelei Oviatt and her staff for a very comprehensive program illustrating all the work that they've put into this. And I want to help people understand the safety aspect of it and the fact that the people that work there now, the people that own that property and run that property, have experience in dealing with gases, different gases. As a matter of fact, one of the gases that we've dealt with for a very long time, as long as they've been producing oil, is much more toxic and dangerous than CO2. It's H2S, hydrogen sulfide gas. They share some properties in that they're colorless, odorless, heavier than air, but H2S is also explosive, and it is much more dangerous at a much lower level. The immediately dangerous to life and health level for H2S is 100 parts per million. The IDLH for CO2 is 40,000 parts per million. You can work in 10 parts per million of H2S environment based on what OSHA says. For CO2, you can work in an environment with 5,000 parts. The people that work there and the people who have been working and living next to that have been exposed to a much more dangerous environment for a very long time. They have the skills, they can do it safely, and they can do it right. We, as a community, I as the mayor, wholeheartedly support this program and this project. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening to the commission and to all of those who are present. I'd like to give a shout out to Ms. Lorelei. Thank you so much for focusing on Mississippi. It's been so much said about Mississippi and that H2O blast. 45 individuals were injured, as she stated, but I happen to know one of them who survived. He was returning from a fishing trip, had a carload of his friends in there, and of course he had a breathing problem. He did go to the hospital, but he appears to be okay. So I want to say in reference to this project, it's as safe as we work to continue to keep it safe. And that is because the foundation has been laid out with safety tools in place, and hopefully with the monitoring and proper training of the staff and the monitoring. I have had the pleasure to see this space. It's like a outer space monitoring tool that they have at Elk Hills. And if you see it, you'll be convinced, commissioners, that it is the journey we need to take for clean energy and to definitely give support to our grid. We're constantly saying more new businesses, more homes are being built. Well, I'm concerned about the grid. So my name is Dee Slade. I'm the executive director for the African American Network of Kern County. Our slogan is, each one teach one, partners in progress. Our end of it is move people from where they are to where they need to be. If not us, then who? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alejandro Cervantes, ALEJANDRO, CERVANTES. I represent Local 87 Teamsters. So it looks like we have a lot more pros than cons. We're going to build the local economy. We're also going to put a lot of my generation to work where we could purchase homes. I know that's a big issue right now. And then we're going to go green. We're going to advance, especially with California always advancing and always top-notch with pretty much everything we do as far as technology. This is a great opportunity for us to start in Kern County, especially we're just known for oil, but that's a big beneficial factor here. I'm just a regular truck driver, and that's all I am. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure my kids, my two sons, they have a future, they're safe, and they can continue to work, whether they get an engineering degree or they want to learn an awesome trade like these fellas right here, or even sit on the board with you guys. So we support, and we're ready to rock and roll. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Holland, PAULHOLLAND. I worked in the oil field for many years. I'm a member of the Local 220, and from the charts, the stats that they have up there, it's to protect our youth out there. Taft College has a lot of our youth out there, and we need to go through with this procedure and create the jobs so that everybody can thrive, and our youth is more important than any of this.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners, staff. My name is Patricia Newquist, Patricia Newquist. I just want to say bravo. Bravo, Kern County, CRC, for being a leader in innovation in the sphere of energy and helping meet climate goals of the state of California. I'm a proud citizen in support of energy and energy independence for our nation. When we look at the gravitas of these two projects before you tonight, I'm reminded of the hundreds of professionals that work together to plan, analyze, scrutinize, and review these documents, and yes, even criticize. Hundreds, I mean thousands of pages of information must be combed through before a shovel hits the dirt. The California Environmental Quality Act makes us the cleanest, most accountable producers of energy, manufacturing, industrial, and land development partners in the world. Thank you for all of those involved in those projects. It's a giant step forward in the industry and should make us all proud to be among the visionaries of Kern County. Thank you.
David Newquist. My wife is a hard act to follow, but I'll try. Advanced society depends in ever-increasing manner on an abundance of available energy. The critical battle for world artificial intelligence dominance will require new and substantial electrical energy production. Einstein's famous equation informs us that energy is essential for everything. This includes everything from food security to national security. We cannot ignore science. But how do we concomitantly achieve strategic energy goals and enhance our environment? Kern County has a record-setting history of innovation that impacts the world for good. In addition to breaking the sound barrier, we hosted NASA's first space shuttle landing in 1981 and completed the first private human spaceflight in 2004. Tesla recently announced plans to develop the world's largest supercharger station here in Kern County. Just today, the world's first commercial spacewalk was accomplished by Jared Isaacman. This was made possible, at least in part, by the triumphs of Kern County adventuresome technology. Approval of this carbon capture sequestration project will help Bakersfield and Kern County once again showcase innovative leadership for America as we pioneer efficient energy resource production and respect and care for our precious environment. As Jared Isaacman said on his historic spacewalk today, back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world. I endorse the efforts of California Resource Corporation as they once again distinguish Kern County as a place that pioneers environmentally sensitive advances in science, technology, and essential energy production. And it was David Newquist, Newquist. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Lawrence Roy, Lawrence. I represent Braun Electric. Braun Electric has been in the oil and gas industry since 1945. We've worked several oil fields in the Taft and Midway Sunset area, as well as the Kern River oil field area and throughout the Central Valley. I myself have been an electrician for over 30 years and have now moved into management and now director of construction at Braun Electric. We support this carbon capture Teravolt project, and we ask you to support this project as well. It'll bring many, many jobs to the community, and it'll be a change for our community. And good job on doing your presentation. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. From what I can see, we have one or two additional speakers, so now is your time to come forward if you're trying to speak in support of the project.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Fletcher. I'm with the Local 12 Operating Engineers. I'd just like to say that I'm in favor of the carbon capture project based on the significant potential that it has to make more jobs for skilled labor and skilled trades such as mine. Right now, we have a lot of youth that are wondering what they're going to do when they get out of high school, or just even right now, they're sitting at home. And this will give them an outlet to come into a trade such as mine to make decent money, to have a path to grow, and it'll expand after that. And there's not too many resources that we have like that in Kern County. So I think it'll be good for our community. So I'm in favor.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Emmanuel Campos. It's Emmanuel Campos. I've lived and resided on the west side since 1989. I come from Michoacan, Mexico. My parents moved me here, immigrated me here. I was a beneficiary of the progress of the west side. We worked in many, many farms. We picked every crop, every vegetable you can think of. And one of the things that I've seen being a west side resident and raising now my 6 kids on the west side, see, my kids go to McKittrick School. We're right in the middle of the old patch. We live out in Taft. I own Monarch Fleet Services. I've worked with this industry for a long time. I've seen the science, I've listened to the engineers, and I've listened to both sides. I don't like just listening to one side. I spent 4 years up in UC Berkeley, and I'm glad to see the Californians for Energy, as well. I represent LULAC as well, but I like to see that the research has gone and expanded beyond the traditional one-sided argument to this industry. I'm here to support this project because there's plenty of science that supports what we stand for, and that is for energy independence, for the safest production of energy that we've seen, and to really accentuate that correlation does not imply causation. Así que buenas tardes, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Emmanuel Campos. Yo soy un inmigrante que tengo viviendo acá en California, en el condado de Kern, desde 1968. Mi familia y yo hemos trabajado en lo que es la industria de agricultura. Hemos trabajado en Taft, tenemos negocios en Taft y hemos trabajado con esta industria por mucho tiempo. Lo que me ha enseñado un poco la vida es que a veces lo que pasa es que la correlación no implica la casualidad. Y eso es muy importante cuando estamos hablando de estos temas. So once again, in summary, I'm here to support this project. I believe in this company, I believe in what they stand for, and I believe in the science that backs this project. Muchas gracias, que pasen buena noche.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Chris Romanini, CHRIS. ROMANINI, and I don't know if I'm for it or against it because I still don't have enough information about the project. We farm in Buttonwillow, very close to the boundary of the Elk Hills. And I'm disappointed in how the county ignored notifying the public and the farmers in that part of the district. The county let the public down by not alerting us of the project. We locals in Buttonwillow were never informed of CRC's project going through the permitting process. Local farmers were in the dark until just 3 weeks ago, when the Buttonwillow Recreation Department got the word out to the local farmers. They invited us to come to a meeting to learn what was in the permitting process for nearly 2 years. Over 15 local farmers, and these all were from the south side of Buttonwillow, which is very close to Elk Hills. Over 15 farmers showed up for the overview, and none of them had ever been informed about any of the meetings. No one knew that this project was going on. So we never had a chance to learn or comment on the EIR. The county should have informed us so we could have been a part of it. And I feel that the county neglected its duties to the residents. We get notices all the time when there is a zone change, or if there's a new project that's going to come in, new development, we get notices in the mail, but we did not get any notices on this. And I think there's a failure here.
Thank you. Last call for anyone in support of this project, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Julian Nahara, Julian Najera. It's my first time at a meeting. I'm a field representative for Painters and Allied Trades District Council 36, Painters Local 52. Me and my members are in support of this project. It's going to bring jobs. It's going to bring some of my members home to enjoy some time with their children as they're on the road most of the year. So this project here will bring some of them home so they could have some of the after-school activities, be able to sleep in their own bed, kiss their kids goodnight, that type of stuff. So we as painters are in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we are looking at switching over to opposition, but before we do, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess, if you all are okay with that. Great, so we'll resume in 5 minutes. Thank you. seats, please clear the aisles. Please take your seats, please clear the aisles. It actually works. Okay, the Planning Commission has reconvened. We are still on the first item. We have ended the support comments. We are now moving on to the comments from opposition. As mentioned before, please be respectful of the individual speaking. Please do not laugh, wave signs or anything unless that individual has looked to you to provide that comment alongside of them. 2 minutes. I will provide a 5-second warning. The first individual can please step forward. Please state your name for the record and spell your name if possible. Thank you.
Hi, Wendell Wesley. Wendell Wesley, Wesley. I want to thank you for the presentation. It was very well put together. I want to say that I'm a little on the fence with a lot of this. We live in a world that has a lot of extremes on the left and on the right. We also live in a world that has a lot of fears, rightfully so. People have a lot to be afraid of these days because we've seen disasters in our society. And when these things happen, it's kind of like, oh, well, we're sorry. Well, oh, well, I'm sorry is not good enough. So I would like to see if this goes through a bond measure to make people whole that have been injured, hurt, or harmed by any potential mishaps that may happen. And I think that's not too much to ask for. Like I said, I get the risk versus rewards. I get the concern with our economy, and all those things are important. And I, like everyone else, would love to see a thriving economy. I would also like to see an economy where housing is affordable, okay? Because everything is connected. And if one piece is out of order, then we all suffer in more ways than we can imagine. So let's put everything together the right way if we are going to move forward so that we don't have unnecessary mishaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, real quick before you go, reminder for Spanish or other translations, Fernando and there was another individual. Can you please raise your hand or come forward? Okay, perfect. So if individuals need translation, please look to these individuals.
Buenas noches, comisionado. Mi nombre es María Martínez y soy vivo en Delano y pertenezco a un grupo de Delano Guardian. Estoy ahora aquí para decir mis preocupaciones. Yo he trabajado toda mi vida en el campo y por la razón de ese del campo yo todo el tiempo he sufrido de los pulmones porque tengo lupus y eso me preocupa a mí. Y también por los niños que no tienen palabra para decir, que no pueden defenderse, estoy aquí para hablar por ellos y por la tercera edad como nosotros. Eso me preocupa mucho. Estoy aquí para pedirles que nieguen el permiso al Carbon Teravolt y el Carbon Frontier. Es todo lo que tengo que decir y espero que tengan una buena noche. Y otra cosa, les voy a un comentario, no ofendiendo, pero aquí hay mucha gente y no había agua, pero para ustedes sí.
So sorry, I'm a little short. Muy buenas noches, Maria Martinez, and I am from a community group called the Delano Gardens, and I am here today, the Guardians, and I am here today because I want to share my concerns. I have worked all my life in the fields, and as a farm worker, because of this, I have always suffered from lung issues because I do have lupus, and this concerns me. And I'm also concerned about the children who don't have a voice to be able to defend themselves. I'm also here to speak on their behalf and also for elders like myself. This is of great concern for me. I am here to ask that you deny the permit to Carbon Teravolt and Carbon Frontier. That is all I have to say, and I hope that you all have a good evening. And one more thing, this is just a comment, no offense, but there are a lot of community members here, and there is no water available for us, only for yourselves.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, comisionados, miembros del Planning Commission. Mi nombre es Irma Arredondo, I-R-M-A, Arredondo, A-R-R-E-D-O-N-D-O. La razón por la que estoy aquí, yo pertenezco también al grupo de los guardianes de Deleno. Somos un grupo que somos la voz de nuestras comunidades. Y la razón por la que yo estoy aquí es porque me preocupa mucho más contaminación para estas comunidades donde vivimos. Tengo más de 40 años viviendo en la comunidad de Delano. Conozco McFarland, Bakersfield, Bottom Willow, Wasco, Shafter, all these communities las conozco. Yo trabajé en el field también toda mi vida. También estudiaba por las noches porque yo quería salir del field. Yo no quería irme a pedir welfare porque yo no vine a ser una carga para este gobierno. Yo me hice ciudadana y ahora también ciudadana de Delano por tantos años. Y la razón por la que estoy aquí, porque en un año nosotros estuvimos trabajando en el campo. Tuvimos que salir de los surcos porque estábamos desmayándonos, vomitando, estábamos muy enfermos y de repente ya no sabíamos de nosotros, nos llevaron al hospital, me dieron un diagnóstico que yo estaba embarazada, aparte de la contaminación, el envenenamiento que habíamos tenido toda la cuadrilla. Nace mi niña, todavía recuerdo, me duele y es la razón por la que estoy aquí, por ella, por tantos niños que como ella nació sin su bracito. Cuando mi niña nació, el doctor me dijo que algo no estaba bien, que algo le faltaba. Cuando yo dije que le falta, me dijo, le falta su brazo derecho. Yo pensé que el bracito había quedado dentro de mi estómago. Y yo le grité al doctor, por favor, saque su brazo y póngaselo antes de que sea muy tarde. Yo sabía que una muela te cae y la puedes poner para atrás si tú la agarras en tiempo. Y yo pensaba que eso iba a pasar lo mismo con mi niña. Yo nunca miré a un niño sin que le faltara una pierna, un brazo, nada. Ok, mi niña la tuve que llevar a UCLA para un postizo. Cuando yo lloraba por ella, pero no por su deshabilidad, sino por el futuro que le esperaba a mi niña, siendo yo una trabajadora del campo. Por eso que me fui a estudiar en las noches, me recibí de maestra y de enfermera, pero todavía sigo abogando por todos esos niños, por todas esas madres embarazadas que tienen que trabajar para llevar comida a su mesa.
Time warning.
Por eso yo me opongo a esto, porque esto solamente, estas compañías como las petroleras y como esas vienen a lucrar con la salud de los trabajadores, y los trabajadores tienen que trabajar porque también tienen que llevar comida a su mesa para sus familias. Gracias por escucharme. Me opongo a esto en nombre de todas esas personas que aún siguen trabajando en los files en este ambiente tan contaminado que ya tenemos. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and members of the council. I am part of and Planning Commission. My name is Irma Arredondo, I-R-M-A, A-R-R-E-N-D-O. And the reason why I am here is because I also belong to the Delano Guardians. We are a community group that are the voice of our communities. And the reason why I am here tonight is because I am highly concerned about more contaminants happening in the communities where we live. I've been living in our community, in the community of Delano for over 40 years. I know McFarland, Bakersfield, Benton Willow, Wasco, Shafter, and other communities. I worked in the fields all my life, and I would also study at nighttime because I did want to get out of the fields. I didn't want to have to go and ask for welfare services because I didn't come to be a public charge to government. I became a citizen, and now I've been a citizen of Delano for many years. And the reason why I am here is because during the years that we were working in the fields, one day we had to leave the fields. We were vomiting, we were sick, and out of a sudden, we were unaware of our conditions. We went to the hospital. I received a diagnostic letting me know that besides suffering poison because of the pesticides, I was also pregnant. When my daughter was born, I still remember the situation, and she and other children like herself are the reason why I am here. She was born without her arm. When she was born, the doctor said something is not right here. There is something missing, and I said, "What's missing?" And the doctor said her right arm. I thought that her arm was left inside my stomach, and I told inside my womb, and I told the doctor, please take out her arm before it's too late. I knew that when you lose a molar, you can place it back if you do it within good timing, and I thought that that was something similar that I could do with my daughter. I had never seen a child missing an arm or a limb, like an arm or a leg, and I had to take my daughter to UCLA to get a prosthetic, and I would cry for her, but not because of her condition, but because of the future that she would be expecting, me being a farm worker. That's why I would go and I'd study at nighttime. I became a teacher and a nurse, and I still keep advocating for children, for all of those mothers who have to suffer and continue this work to take food to their table. This is the reason why I am against this project, because these companies like the well companies come and mess with the farm workers' safety and safety conditions, who have to work to take food to their tables. Thank you for listening to me. I oppose this project on behalf of many of the many families who are suffering these contaminants and these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Fernández, MARIAFERNADZ. Yo vengo también de la ciudad de Delano y pertenezco a la organización de Delano Guardians. Estoy aquí para insistir en que nieguen los permisos de carbón Teravolt y carbón Frontier. Estoy muy preocupada por estos peligrosos proyectos de captura de carbono, porque la gran cantidad de pozos petrolíferos en ambos campos aumenta el riesgo de fugas de carbono. Las fugas de las tuberías de estos proyectos también podrían ser mortales. Parte de estas tuberías pasarán a millas de las viviendas y de escuelas y pondrían en riesgo a nuestras comunidades y nuestras familias. No podemos, voy a hacer énfasis en lo que pasó en Santaria, como lo estuvimos recordando, que en el febrero del 2020 una tubería que transportaba el SO2 concentrado se rompió y provocó un envenenamiento masivo en una pequeña ciudad. La mayoría eran afroamericanos en Mississippi. La gente estaba tirada en el suelo, temblando, sin poder respirar, y los coches dejaron de funcionar porque no había suficiente oxígeno para alimentar los motores. Más de 200 personas fueron evacuadas y 45 hospitalizadas. Por esto estoy preocupada por estos peligrosos proyectos. ¿De qué sirve que tengamos trabajo, dinero, si vamos a perder la salud? Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Fernandez, Fernandez, F-A-R-N-A-N-D-E-Z. I also come from the community of Delano with Delano Guardians, and I am here so that we can ensure that we don't move forward with the Teravolt project and the other project, because the situation of having more the pipelines being used from these previous well projects in the communities, that with these projects happening near the schools, near the places where there are families, are dangerous. And I want to emphasize what did happen in Santaria. We were remembering that in February of 2020, a pipeline that was transporting the concentration of SO2 did create a massive poisoning in the community. The majority of these members were African-American community members in Mississippi. The majority of them were on the ground, and they were having difficulty breathing, and even the engines were at a halt because there wasn't enough oxygen for them to function, and many were hospitalized. And this is why I am concerned about these dangerous projects. How good is it to have work and these projects if we're going to lose our health? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Cesar Aguirre. I'm a community member here in Kern County. I'm happy that the union members are still here because they're being lied to and misled, and I would like to point out some truths that are in the staff report. This is from the staff report itself. Earlier, it was mentioned by Lorelei that at 4% and above, you would be semi-unconscious waiting for a firefighter to romantically come and save you. In the staff report, it says that public personnel working in the area could be exposed to greater than 4%, which may lead or may result in fatalities. This includes wonderful farm workers. As someone that was named after Cesar Chavez, I am disappointed in the Cesar Chavez Foundation for tokenizing farm workers despite putting them in direct danger. They are going to go visit the grave of Cesar Chavez while possibly putting more farm workers in the grave. This is not La Causa. Additionally, workers in the North Belridge will be exposed to concentrations of 10% or above, when 4% can cause fatalities. Exposure from 1 to 3% was described as a higher heart rate. That's called tachycardia as a medical term, and that is bad for the heart. As far as jobs go, the report says up to 10 full-time employees, up to, that is max. Construction and operation of this project would not create significant numbers or directly induce substantial population growth, development of any new housing, no new businesses, no new infrastructure during construction or operation, and the operation of the proposed project would not result in significant increase of availability of new jobs, directly from the report. In February 29th, Lorelei Oviaud is quoted in an article, "If you build wells, carbon will come," as saying carbon capture itself does not produce any jobs. On August 27th, the Bakersfield Now article says that CRC and ERA laid off 69 folks. On February 21st, KVPR says that they laid off 160 folks just last year. CRC could make thousands of jobs if they committed to cleanup obligations that they instead pass on to the state and taxpayers. Stranded assets were mentioned. All that is, in plain English, is that they do not want to comply with cleanup obligations because they'd rather make taxpayers pay for it. CRC has sent 36 California Office of Emergency spill reports just this year, leading to 1,600 barrels that were released just this year. In 2014, CRC also lost the Department of Energy contract for CCS in Elk Hills. A Stanford study states hesitancy around the technology and also a lack of a long-term record. This is still the case. The Community Benefit Plan is a plan and not an agreement where they are still lowballing us with 1%. And this completely contradicts the staff report in the first paragraph. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ed Davis, E-D-D-A-V-I-S. I'm an agricultural consultant. I specialize in soil science and in plant physiology and also in water science. Maybe you might want to write some numbers down. In the industrial age, we had a 0.026% or 278 parts per million. Currently, we have a 0.04% or 421 parts per million. So that is absolutely nothing. It's like the proverbial truck that is sitting in the field at Dodger Stadium. It usually is a situation where nurseries jack up the CO2 and nursery to 1,200 parts per million, so that the plants can flourish, and there is no problem with the actual employees at 1,500 parts per million. You might get a sore throat. And then what we said here earlier at 7%,
Time warning.
all life stops. So we are. It reminds me of the last time that I went to Cal State Bakersfield. I saw a EPA, a retired EPA inspector, and I listened to him. He said that there is no way that
Time
Cal
warning.
EPA would ever permit one of these sites, and there is no way that even Lloyd's of London would insure the site. So right now, I have this is a
Time warning.
tremendous amount of misapplication of misinformation. There is no way that this product should go, because there's not a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marta Chocoteco y estoy aquí. Soy residente de aquí de Bakersfield y represento a los vecinos unidos de Dolores Huerta. Estoy representando a la comunidad, ya que no hay suficiente información hacia la comunidad. Como nos hemos dado cuenta, la mayoría son empleados y muchos son los dueños de las empresas. Y estoy aquí para oponerme para que este proyecto no se lleve a cabo, porque sabemos que va a afectar a la comunidad en la salud, y ya como nos hemos dado cuenta que hay muchos defectos de nacimiento y en el futuro no podemos saber qué nos traiga todo esto. Y les pido que tomen consideración acerca de esto.
Good evening, Ms. Chacoteco, and I am a resident here of Bakersfield, and I represent the Vecinos Unidos with the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and I am here to represent the community because there isn't enough information geared towards the community. As we have noticed, the majority here are employees or are the owners of the companies, and I'm here to oppose so that this project doesn't move forward, because we know that it will affect the community's health. And as we have acknowledged, there are a lot of birth defects, and in the future, we don't know what all of this will bring about. And I ask for you to take consideration of this.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Miguel Alatorre, and I'm here on behalf of Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. I think this EIR and the Statement of Overriding Consideration claims that the benefits of the CCS project outweigh the risks. The emissions associated with these projects, particularly fine particulate matter and smog-forming gases, will remain significant and unavoidable, further degrading air quality in areas like Buttonwillow, already heavily impacted by pollution. Vulnerable communities, primarily low-income and Latino residents, will face heightened health risks, including respiratory and cardiovascular issues. The financial benefits touted in the EIR prominently serve corporate interests, with companies like California Resource Corporation profiting while local residents bear the environmental and health costs. The proximity of the CCS project to residential areas just 4 miles from homes and 2.5 miles from an elementary school pose serious health risk. The EIR fails to sufficiently mitigate these dangers. Research shows that living near CCS infrastructure increases risk of respiratory illness, low birth weight, and other health problems. Additionally, the potential for pipeline ruptures as seen in the 2020 incident in Mississippi raises concerns about the safety of these projects. The EIR does not provide comprehensive emergency response plans, leaving local communities vulnerable. Kern County water supply, already stressed by drought and overuse, will be further impacted by the CCS project, which requires significant water for injection processes. This EIR does not adequately address the strain this will place on the region's agricultural and residential water supply. At a time when sustainable water management is critical, diverting resources to CCS projects is a step in the wrong direction for Kern County. The economic benefits presented in the EIR are speculative and fail to consider the broader financial risks of CCS technology. Historical evidence shows that similar projects have failed to generate promised economic returns. Furthermore, CCS does not meaningfully contribute to California's decarbonization goals. It merely shifts carbon emissions geographically while allowing polluters to continue their operation. Investments in renewable energy would provide more sustainable long-term benefits to both the community and the environment. The communities most affected by the projects are already disproportionately burdened by pollution and limited access to health care. According to CalEnviroScreen 4.0, which evaluates pollution's burdens and vulnerabilities, these communities rank in the 90th to 95th percentiles for environmental justice hazards. I believe that this project is not safe and should not be put in Kern County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Gloria Herrera, Gloria Herrera. I'm here to urge you to deny the carbon Teravolt and carbon for terrorist permits. I'm very concerned about these dangerous carbon capture projects because carbon capture is an emerging industry with proven effectiveness and high risk potentials for disadvantaged communities. We asked Kern County and EPA to reject this project and instead work toward just transition to safe, clean, and renewable energy, not more approvals for these fossil fuels. It stops these industries to continue to operate and harm our communities, overburden communities. It should not be used to as guinea pigs for these new projects or technologies. A question, do you have plans already in case of explosion, or this is a new risk that worsens our pollution? You must prioritize other directions, emissions reductions strategies. Do it somewhere else, not in Kern County. What will good do for more jobs and benefits over our health, and have risk people's health and Kern County to reject this project? How many jobs are going to be produced? I think a very small amount of jobs could be produced. We're talking about jobs, better life, better benefits, but probably only 20 jobs from that project. So I think it's not worth it to put in risk people's health, because having jobs and benefits, what it would do if you get sick. When you're sick, you're not able to work, and all the money goes to your medical bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please be mindful of the 2 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ivan Ortiz, IVAN or TIZ, with the Central California Environmental Justice Network. I have been a resident of Kern County for the majority of my life, and I'm here to ask you not to approve the 2 carbon capture projects. Throughout my college education at UC Santa Barbara, I studied energy and sustainability. Through my own research and time spent studying the different prospective solutions to the issues of climate change and pollution, one thing was clear. CCS is inefficient and too costly to the environment to be beneficial. The energy needed to successfully store carbon dioxide produces an increased need for fuel at a power station. CCS technology is expected to use between 10 to 40% of the energy produced by a power station, which in return increases the fuel required to run the power station, which is dependent on the type of energy plant. We are burning more fossil fuels to store the products of fossil fuels. A better solution is to support programs that cut back on these emissions in the first place. Furthermore, the potential health risks to the communities we work with, like Buttonwillow and Lost Hills, are of great concern. If there were to be a leak where all the planned fail-safes don't work, what plans are there in place to evacuate over 5,000 people? What if the footprint of the stored CO2 spreads underground and leaks elsewhere? The burden of such emergencies falls greatly on our community members and emergency responders. CCS also doesn't improve air quality. PM 2.5 is one of the biggest issues we have in our valley. We have been in non-attainment for the levels of PM 2.5 since 1997. I wasn't even born when these goals were set, and we still have yet to come close to meet them. I ask the board to think about the lives already impacted by poor air quality and to reject these greenwashing attempts by the oil industry and call it as it is, a carbon dump site. If you are to approve the projects, I ask for a robust community benefits agreement that betters our frontline communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Mercedes Macias. I'm with the Sierra Club National. I'm a lifelong resident of Kern County and a proud union member, a previous union organizer for many years before tackling the environmental justice issues affecting the Central Valley. I mention this because I see so many proud union members here who want, much like I do, to see good paying, safe union jobs coming to Kern County. I know that CRC era are claiming that this project and the other project, Carbon Frontier, are benefiting the community in both jobs and tackling the climate crisis. However, this is simply not true. I urge the Commission to reject the Carbon Teravolt project and the Carbon Frontier project on the basis of its inability to meet federal EPA safety and regulatory standards. This project is moving faster than regulation can keep up. PHMSA hasn't yet completed its rule on CO2 as biohazard, including a safe distance from leakage zones, also known as kill zones. We know that CO2, when coming into contact with water, as is a possibility with oil and gas production, becomes carbonic acid and is highly corrosive of pipelines. It is not unlikely, and we do not have to look far in the United States. We know what happened to the residents of Satartia. Just play the 911 calls. The EIRs did not indicate an adequate plan to deal with emergency situations like leaks from the pipeline and bores. CO2 is an asphyxiant. We know that these projects will continue to pollute the air by continuing carbon and greenhouse gas emissions. We also know that the Valley hasn't reached 1997 attainment standards for the federal EPA ambient air quality. We also know that this is just a scheme to keep polluting our air while receiving taxpayer money from the IRA to do so. At $85 per metric ton, the jobs from construction will last until completion, and afterwards, how many jobs will exist to maintain these facilities? Will they be unionized? 5. 5 jobs according to the document. This isn't right for Kern County. We have public funds coming in to plug idle and abandoned wells, and those jobs should be union jobs. With so many leaking and abandoned wells in Kern County, that only makes sense. I also want to make sure that people know that just like unions understand that gifts from ERA and CRC are gifts, well, the CBE is basically a gift and not forced on them by the federal EPA. Remember, it can be taken away.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Grecia Orozco. That's GRECIAOROZCO. I'm an attorney with the Center on Race, Poverty, and Environment, and I'm here to provide a comment on Carbon Teravolt, to request and urge the Commission not to make a recommendation to certify the EIR to the Board of Supervisors for the following reasons. First, the environmental impact report fails to analyze all of the carbon sources that will be required for this project. Now, under CEQA, all of the project's impacts need to be analyzed, and all of the reasonably foreseeable consequences of that project need to be a part of that. And here, although they say that they list all of these carbon sources, they do not provide an analysis of the impacts of those sources, which is against CEQA. Second, the mitigation measures that are in the environmental impact report do not adequately mitigate those significant impacts. The ones that are mentioned throughout the documents are vague at best and don't address the core issues for those impacts. And in addition to that, due to the lack of analysis of the other sources, of the other related projects, there's no mitigation impacts for everything that is included for this project, which is an incomplete EIR. Third, the risk of carbon leakage should not be taken lightly. Here we have seen citations to Satarsha, Mississippi, a tragedy that occurred in which many people were hospitalized. And today, at the presentation, it was cited that this is due in part due to lack of regulation, due to an inappropriate location. But so too here, we see that this project will be at the Elk Hills oil field, one that is filled with holes, filled with abandoned and idling wells, which makes it so much easier for carbon dioxide to rise up to the surface and leak. In addition to that, there's also a lack of regulation due to the fact that CARB has not yet adopted the required regulations from SB 905.
Time warning.
Lastly, CRC is a company that has millions of dollars of fines and should not be trusted with this project. For these reasons and many more that I cannot state today, we urge you not to recommend a certification of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Brian Cadena, the community organizer for Green Action, Health, and Environmental Justice, BRIANCADENA. I am here to speak against both the Carbon Frontier and Carbon Teravolt carbon capture sequestration projects. These proposals outlined in Kern County's Environmental Impact Report pose serious health risks to our health, environment, and economic stability. First, the county statement of overriding consideration is flawed. It downplays the long-term harm these projects will cause to communities like Buttonwillow, where Latino and low-income families already suffer from high pollution levels. The EIR itself admits that emissions of fine particles and smog-forming gases will remain significant and unavoidable. This worsens air quality, further burdening vulnerable communities already facing asthma and other respiratory problems. Second, carbon capture sequestration technology is inherently risky. The projects will place pipelines and wells dangerously close to homes and schools in Buttonwillow and other communities. We've seen disasters like the CO2 pipeline rupture in Satarsha, Mississippi, which led to mass evacuations and severe health impacts. Kern County's EIR fails to provide robust safeguards or emergency plans to protect residents from similar catastrophes. Additionally, these projects will waste precious groundwater in a region already experiencing severe drought. Instead of addressing climate change or benefiting local communities, carbon capture sequestration enables corporations to continue polluting while reaping financial gains. California Resources Corporation earned $2.8 billion last year, while the people of Kern County bear the environmental costs. I urge the county to reject these flawed projects and focus on renewable solutions that align with California's climate goals, protecting both the environment and public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, if you have already spoken and you're in the front row, can we switch spots so individuals can move forward? Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Sanchez. I am a resident of Buttonwillow, and I have been a resident for 9 years now. I am deeply worried about the Teravolt project because as a resident of Buttonwillow, I have always considered this town a safe place to raise my child. For years, this small town has been my home, where I find comfort and closeness. Buttonwillow may be small, but it has something that many big cities lack, a strong sense of unity. We stick together and help each other whenever needed, and that's what makes our town special. We deserve to feel safe here, and we deserve a community that prioritizes the well-being of its residents, especially our children. The Teravolt project raises serious concerns for me as a parent and a community member. I fear for my child's safety and for the safety of all the children who call Buttonwillow home. We are not against progress, but we believe that progress should never come at the cost of our children's health and safety. At the same time, our town has critical needs that have long been overlooked. We need more activities and programs that bring our neighbors together, fostering unity and a sense of belonging. Our pool needs to be open as soon as possible so families can gather and so our children have a safe place to play and stay active. Our kids need more after-school activities and safe spaces to learn, grow, and connect with each other. Our streets need lighting to make our neighborhoods feel secure, especially at night when our families walk or drive home. These needs may seem small, but they are vital to creating a safe and connected community. They are the things that make a real difference in our everyday lives and give us peace of mind, knowing we are raising our children in a supportive environment. Button Willow is a community that looks out for one another.
Time warning.
But we need the right resources and support to make our town the best it can be.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, hello, my name is Alexandra Vasquez, Vazquez. I am here to urge you to deny the carbon Teravolt and carbon frontier permits. The CEQA review for the carbon frontier project admits that workers that the nearby wonderful nut farms could die if there is the pipeline leak. Lost Hills and Button Willow residents would have to travel a long way to reach a hospital if a leak occurs. We cannot afford dirtier air in Kern County. The county must protect public health. Stop big oil's carbon capture scam. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Lupe Martinez. I'm from Delano. I've been raised in Kern County, actually in Delano. My history has been long with the farm worker movement, with Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, with Fred Ross Sr., and I can go on and on. I'm here this evening because I'm a person who has seen through years of how everything is so safe for us. But I have seen so many things, even when they tell us there's no problem with this, no problem with the chemicals. At one time, they used to tell me that, as a farm worker, they used to tell me that we were going to spray medicines for the plants. And then I would get to see where our farm workers who were exposed, they were almost dying and they wouldn't have medical attention. So my point at this point right now is that we have over the years saying or telling us, our communities that we suffer as it is. I mean, I can go back to the time of the cancer clusters, McFarland, Fowler. I mean, I can go down the road here. So when we get told that there will be no problem in injecting this thing underground, there's no way you can trick Mother Nature. She will kick you in the butt. Now, we talk about how many mistakes in Mississippi were done, all those things. We can also have those mistakes done here. So they called me and they called a lot of us rasposos because we're always questioning. And we are the ones who question these things to secure not only for us or for the communities, but also for my brothers and sisters in the unions so that their families are kept safe. I'm trying to raise a conscience with you, all of you, before you submit it to the Board of Supervisors. And certainly, we've got to look at this closer because evidently there's a lot of mitigations on this environmental impact report. Have a whole lot more to say, but thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Anabel Márquez. Yo soy residente de la ciudad de Shafter. Gracias por escucharnos. Las cosas se oyen muy bonitas, todo muy bien redactado. Pero ¿qué nos dicen de todo el cochinero de petróleos que están abandonados, que no los limpian, que los dejan ahí? Así nos van a hacer con el siguiente proyecto. ¿Por qué no entrenan o les dan instrucciones específicas a sus trabajadores para que en lugar de darles proyectos nuevos, les paguen porque limpien lo que ya ensuciaron. Porque nosotros nos tenemos que comer siempre los desperdicios que dejan. No se fijen en el dinero que les van a donar, no se fijen en eso. No se fijen en el dinero que les van a dar a los bomberos, porque eso le pertenece al gobierno, tener sus bomberos bien instruidos. Ellos les hablan de millones y millones y millones, como les hablan a sus trabajadores. Yo he visto trabajadores del petróleo con la espina dorsal quebrada por los pozos, como trabajan. He visto cómo su piel se les echa a perder. Pero eso no dicen, eso no dicen. ¿Por qué? Shafter es una ciudad tan pequeña que tiene más de 300 pozos de petróleo. Y es una ciudad tan pequeñita. Imagínense nada más si meten esa tubería. No más piensen. Y están entre pistachos. Yo sé que están cansados porque ya oyeron los otros, pero escúchenos a nosotros con atención, señorita, también, por favor. Hay mucho peligro. Piensen en el peligro, no digan después I'm sorry o I don't know what happened. No, véanlo ahorita antes de aprobar un proyecto. Vean las consecuencias del futuro. Porque esos son los que somos nosotros, el futuro, nuestros nietos, nuestros hijos son el futuro del mañana. ¿Qué va a hacer? Gracias por su atención.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anabel Marquez, and I am a resident of the community of Shafter. And thank you for listening to us. Things sound beautiful, everything well redacted, but can we talk about all of the oil wells that have been abandoned, that have just been left to create trash in our community? Why don't we instead train or give precise instruction to your workers so that instead of giving them new projects, that they are paid to clean up what has already been established as filth? Why do we always have to swallow all of the leftovers that are left there? Don't look at the money that is being donated. Don't look at that. Don't look at the money that they're going to give the fire department, because that actually is a responsibility of the government to have their firefighters well taken care of. They talk about millions and millions, just as they talk about this with their workers. I've seen workers with damage to their spinal cord. I have seen how they have skin issues, but we don't talk about that. They don't talk about this. Why Shafter, who is a small community that has over 300 oil wells, and it's such a small community, can you imagine if you establish these pipelines? Just think about it. And it's in between pistachio fields. And I know you're tired because you've already heard everyone else, but please listen to us with attention, young lady, as well. There's lots of danger. Let's think of the danger. Let's not say later on, oh, I'm sorry, or I don't know what happened. Let's look at this here before we approve a project. Let's look at the consequences towards the future. Because that's what we are. We are the future. Our grandchildren, our children are tomorrow's future. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Fernandez. I work with the Dolores Huerta Foundation. We urge you to deny the Carbon Teravolt and Carbon Frontier permits. We are a community-based organization, and we talk directly to community members. This whole thing is very messy. We know that whenever we do speak to community members, first of all, it's not really the terminology is not really explained in Spanish. I think that's one thing that I definitely urge folks to understand and to really take into consideration. When we are having interpretation, we're interpreting what's being said, but on writing, we don't have the agenda in Spanish. We don't have a lot of the slides in Spanish. And I think it would be really helpful if we are talking about bringing these projects to the community for us to really take into account our Spanish-speaking community and really take into account how we could have this messaging done for them where they could really be part of the conversation. Thank you so much, and I really urge you to deny these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Gordon Knipp. I'm the vice chair of the local Sierra Club chapter and live in Bakersfield. The oil companies are pursuing these projects purportedly to help address the climate crisis, extreme weather and long-term consequences of the climate crisis. There's no question but what we need to effectively address the climate crisis. But these projects are not effective in doing so. This project pulls carbon out of the ground, captures some of it, but emits a large portion of it back into the atmosphere as pollution. And then it puts the captured part back into the ground where it came from originally. Carbon Teravolt, for that matter, emits more than 3 times as much into the atmosphere as it sequesters. If the carbon were just left in the ground to begin with, that would be a lot simpler and a more effective way to address the climate crisis. And there wouldn't be these additional dangerous emissions into our atmosphere. Instead, our atmosphere is degraded and the oil companies get $85 a ton of taxpayer money, hundreds of millions of dollars per year, for sequestering the captured carbon by pursuing this convoluted scheme. Who's the winner here? The losers are the public and the taxpayers who are wasting their money by funding the project. The project will create very few long-term jobs, and our already terribly impacted air will be further degraded. These projects will allow oil companies to continue business as usual, to continue what UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres calls, quote, the madness of incinerating our only home. Say no to this madness. Turn these projects down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Gustavo Aguirre with Center on Race, Poverty and the Environment. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a scientist. I'm just a Kern citizen. My kids live here. My grandkids live here. But my logic says, if the oil industry has been in operations for the last 100 years or so, and at this point we are dealing with abandoned wells that government have to come and use our taxes to remediate those. After 100 years, I will assume that they will be taken care of. The industry will know how to deal with issues that come up. But yet, after 100 years, we are dealing with that. And what is going to happen to us here in Kern with these new projects that will be new, fairly new, not knowing how to deal with those? In my opinion, this will be irresponsible for you to approve those, and it will not be in the best benefit of Kern residents. And as mentioned by other person, I totally support the concern of the workers, the union workers. I spent 25 years of my life as a farm worker, working with the Cesar Chavez Union, both working full-time with the union and as a farm worker. I totally support, and understand the concerns of workers. But this project is not for the benefit, for the health and well-being of Kern residents. So please don't approve these proposals because these are not good for Kern County. Thank you.
Sir, before you leave, will you state your last name and spell it for us?
Aguirre, Aguirre.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Verónica Rojas. Estoy aquí para compartir mis comentarios sobre el proyecto del carbono. He sido residente de Baton Rouge durante 9 años. Me preocupo por mi pueblo, ya que yo me mudé a este pueblo por la tranquilidad y la paz, sobre todo porque es un pueblo muy unido. Y no se me hace justo que por este proyecto que piensan realizar nos quieran envenenar. Entonces, que quieran envenenar a nuestras familias, a nuestros hijos. Entonces yo quiero pedir que, ya que piensan envenenarnos, siquiera que se preocupen un poco por el bienestar del pueblo y por todo lo que necesita. Es todo lo que pienso decir. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Rojas, and I am here to share my comments regarding this project about the carbon. I have been a resident of Buttonwillow for 9 years, and I am concerned about my community because I moved to this community because of the tranquility and the peace, especially because this is a very united community, and it does not seem just that because of this project that you're trying to push forward, you are trying to poison us. So that you want to poison our families, our children. So I want to ask that instead of wanting to poison us, why not have concern about the well-being of the community and all of us? That is all I have to say.
Next speaker. If you're interested in speaking, please come forward.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Veronica Aguirre, Veronica Aguirre. I'm a community organizer for Central California Environmental Justice Network. We do a lot of work with communities in Kern County, like Buttonwillow and Lost Hills. And I'm here to express a deep concern I have for the families that we work with and other families throughout Kern County, and ask that you respectfully oppose both projects. As I sat here today and listened to both sides of the comments, it's very disheartening because I know that jobs are dangled, and it's a very hard time of uncertainty. And of course, when jobs are at stake and people want, in these times, of course, that's a very important factor, but also health is another factor. And as I sat there and listened, I recalled to a report that happened in 1984 where Waste Management, I don't know, can you guys hear me okay? Waste Management paid a company called Sorrel and paid them $500,000 to sort out communities that they thought that wouldn't fight back to have toxic waste dumps near there. One of them was Buttonwillow. And I wanted to share some of the criteria that the Sorrel company had sought out that said that people that were least likely to oppose such a thing of having toxic waste or any type of, pollution or environmental, anything that could hurt, people and their health. And I'm going to share some of the criteria with you. I have 16 seconds. Many people could probably relate. Least likely to resist. Southern Midwestern communities, rural communities, open to promises of economic benefits, conservative, republic, free market, above middle age, high school or less education, low income, Catholics, not involved in social issues, old-time residents, 20 plus years, nature exploitive occupations like farming, ranching, and mining. Those are the types of people that polluters sought out to try to ruin their communities and ruin the people. Please consider to oppose both projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mi nombre es Saúl Ruiz y vengo de la comunidad de Los Hill. Y estoy en contra de este proyecto de dumpe de carburo, de toda la envenenación que le están dando a las comunidades. Mi comunidad es la más afectada de todo el condado de Kern. Si tienen este proyecto y tienen tantos empleos para todas estas personas que vinieron de color naranja, ¿por qué no lo ponen en otro lugar? ¿Por qué tienen que afectar más las comunidades que están más afectadas? Tratar de terminar con esas comunidades envenenándonos poco a poco con cáncer, asma. Yo les pido a todas estas personas y a ustedes también que se den una vuelta a los hospitales como en la de Kaiser, que se den cuenta de qué comunidad viene más gente con cáncer y asma, problemas de niños que nacen deformes, con síndromes. ¿Por qué no pensar en eso? Piensa nomás en el puro dinero. Estas compañías como Aera es una de las compañías que es la más cochina de todo California, la más rica, pero es la que está haciendo más daño a todo California. California es un estado muy lindo, de mucha producción, de campesinos, de todos esos campesinos que les arriman las comidas a sus mesas, a todo el Valle de San Joaquín y a todo el mundo. Y yo les quiero dar un mensaje a todos, que hagan conciencia. El ser humano, Dios lo mandó para ser respetado, no para que lo pisoteen, como mi comunidad. En mi comunidad fue una persona que se llama Joseph engañando a la gente que iba a haber miles de trabajos. Y solamente hay para 10 personas en todo el condado. Y cuando vienen personas, vienen de otros estados o de aquí de Bakersfield, de Tehachapi, de todas partes a trabajar, pero de Los Hills no va nadie. Es una vergüenza para esas compañías que se dicen que son los más ricos, pero son los que hacen más daño. Que tengan conciencia. Muchas gracias y disculpen por la expresión.
Good evening. My name is Lisa, and I come from the community of Lost Hills, and I am against this project of carbon dumping. This project that is poisoning the communities. My community, out of all the communities, my community is the most affected in Kern County area. And if you have this project and you have all these jobs for all of these people who came, who were dressed in orange, why don't we establish this project in another location? Why do you have to continue to affect those communities that are already affected? Why are you trying to end with these communities by continuously poisoning with cancer, with asthma? I ask these people and you as well to go take a tour to the hospitals such as Kaiser. Go and acknowledge where those affected with cancer and asthma are coming from. Which communities are they coming from? Problems with children who are being born with deformities, with syndromes. Why not think of that? We only think of the money. These companies like Aera is one of the companies that is the dirtiest of all of California, yet the richest. But it is the one that is causing the most damage to all of California. California is a beautiful state with lots of production, with farm workers, all of those farm workers that bring the food to your table and throughout the San Joaquin Valley and the world. I want to give a message to all to please be conscious. The human beings were sent to earth to be respected, not to be stomped on, such as is happening with my community. In my community, it was a gentleman named Joseph who stated that there were going to be millions of jobs, and there's only jobs for about 10 people in all of the county. And when people come, they come from other states or from Bakersfield, from Tehachapi, from other parts to work, but nobody from Lost Hills. It's a shame for those companies that state that they are the richest, yet they are the ones that are causing the most harm. May they be conscious. Thank you, and I'm sorry for putting pressure.
Thank you. Aside from those that are sitting in the front, how many are interested in speaking on this matter? Okay, please move to the front of the room. Thank you. Proceed.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Irma Medina de Ruiz. Vengo de la comunidad de Los Hills. He vivido ahí por 33 años y tengo 9 hijos y 2 nietas. Y vengo a pedirles que no aprueben este proyecto de la captura de carbono porque hay muchas enfermedades. Y he sabido de varias mamás que se les ha muerto el bebé adentro en el estómago últimamente y vengo a levantar mi voz en contra de que no se lleve a cabo este proyecto. Les pido, por favor, que consideren esto que piensan hacer y no esperen que pase con nosotros en Lost Hill lo que pasó en Mississippi en el 2020. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Irma Medina de Ruiz, and I come from the community of Lost Hills, and I have lived there for 33 years, and I have 9 children, 2 granddaughters, and I come here today to ask you to not approve this project, this carbon capture project, because there are a lot of ailments, and I have known of many mothers who have had stillbirths lately. And I come to elevate my voice against this project so that this project does not move forward. I ask you to please consider this that you are attempting to do. Don't wait till what happened in Mississippi in 2020 happens to us in Lost Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Ana María Redondo, soy residente de Los Hills. Yo me opongo a esta propuesta porque han hablado sí de beneficios, sí, pero solo para los aceiteros. Al pueblo no nos beneficia en nada, solo para ellos. Y su presentación estuvo muy bien explicada acerca de beneficios, pero se olvidaron del pueblo, se olvidaron de la gente, se olvidaron de incluir al pueblo de Los Hills. Es un pueblo olvidado donde solo tenemos una clínica que solo abre 2 días a la semana. No se pusieron a estudiar ahí, en eso, solo estudiaron los beneficios, pero se olvidaron del pueblo. En una emergencia, ¿qué va a pasar? Si esa clínica abre solo 2 días a la semana. En una emergencia, un hospital nos queda casi 1 hora. ¿Qué va a pasar? Eso también deben de incluirlo en una emergencia. No hay nada no hay nada que ver cómo beneficia al pueblo. ¿Qué va a pasar si de repente pasa lo que pasó en Mississippi? ¿A qué horas vamos a llegar a un hospital? Si la clínica solo abre 2 días, ¿qué va a pasar? Yo quiero que tengan en consideración que somos un pueblo alejado de la ciudad, donde no tenemos hospital, donde no tenemos clínica abierta toda la semana. En una emergencia, ¿qué va a pasar? Que tengan consideración en ese pueblo que está muy abandonado. Que tengan consideración es todo. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Ana Maria Redondo, and I am a resident of Lost Hills. I oppose this project because, yes, you have talked about benefits, but these benefits are only for the oil drillers. It doesn't benefit the community. For the staff, during your presentation was well explained regarding benefits, but we forgot about the community. We forgot about the people. We forgot about including the community of Lost Hills. It is an abandoned community where we only have a clinic that only opens 2 days a week. Have you sat down and studied beyond the benefits? Did you study the people, the community? In an emergency, what will happen if this clinic only opens twice a week? In an emergency, a hospital is about an hour away from us. What would happen in an emergency? We also have to include that in the reporting. There is nothing regarding how this benefits the community. What will happen if something like what happened in Mississippi happens here? At what point are we going to be able to arrive to a hospital if the clinic only opens twice a week? what will happen? I want you to take the consideration that we are a community that is away from the city, where we don't have a hospital, where we don't have a clinic that is open all week long. What will happen in an emergency? Please have consideration about that community that is very abandoned. All I want is that you have consideration. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Diana Mireles. Soy residente de la comunidad de Lamón. Estoy aquí porque estoy en contra de que se haga este proyecto. Primero, muy bien la presentación, pero siento que todavía hay más que hacer. Y mucho más aquí en el condado. Todavía no resuelven lo de los pozos abandonados. Hay mucha contaminación. Antes de empezar un nuevo proyecto, deben de limpiar eso primero, antes de seguir otro proyecto. Comparan a Mississippi. No tenemos el mismo subsuelo que otros estados. Aquí tenemos terremotos. Y eso es lo que no han tomado en consideración tampoco. ¿Y por qué las comunidades desventajadas? ¿Por qué nosotros somos los que tenemos que llevar toda esa carga y sufrir todo esto? Eso es en lo que no se ponen a pensar. Yo me gustaría que todos los que están a favor de esto, ¿por qué no construyen cerca de ellos? ¿Por qué no viven cerca de ahí? No hay peligro, no existe ningún peligro, todo está bien. Construyan ahí, construyan donde están los pozos de aceite, vivan enseguida con ellos, ténganlos dentro de sus casas. No hay peligro, todo está bien, todo está normal. Estamos en contra. Y sí, no somos cerca de Baton Willow, pero Baton Willow, los hijos no están solos. Todos estamos unidos con ellos, porque si ahorita son ellos, al rato vamos a ser nosotros. Lamón, Arvin, Shafter, Deleno. No se vale. Necesitamos respeto. Y otra cosa, me gustaría que para la próxima, primero nos oigan a nosotros, porque sí se sienten cansados, pero todo el tiempo que pasan estas audiencias, primero nos escuchan a los que están a favor y nos dejan al último a nosotros, pero no nos vamos a dar por vencidos. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Diana Mireles, and I am a resident of the community of Lamont, and I am here tonight because I am against the moving forward with this project. First of all, great presentation, but I feel like there is still so much more to do and so much more here throughout the county. We still have not resolved the issue with the abandoned wells. There's lots of contamination. Before we start with a new project, we first have to clean up that before we move forward with another project. In comparison to Mississippi, we don't have their same grounds or the same grounds as other states. Here we have earthquakes, and that's something that we must take into consideration. And why the disadvantaged communities? Why is it us that have to carry the burden and suffer all of this? So those are things that we don't stop and think about. I would like that all of you who are in favor of these projects, why not consider constructing near you? Why don't you live near those projects? There's no fear. There is no fear that you need to have. So why don't you build there? Why don't you build near the wells? Live next to them. Have them near your homes. There is no danger, as you state. Everything is well. Everything is normal. So we are against. And I know that we're not next to Baton Willow, but I want to say that Baton Willow is not alone. We are all united with them, because right now it's them, later on it's us, Lamont, Arvin, Wasco, Shafter, Deleno. So this isn't fair. We need respect. And one more thing, I would like it that next time that you first hear us, because yes, we all feel tired, but every time that these type of hearings happen, first you listen to those who are in favor, and then you leave us to the end. But we're not going to give up. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Tom Twisselman, and I'm not a very good public speaker. My family's lived out there for over 120 years. I'm the 5th generation. I've got grandkids that are the 7th generation, and they ride on the bus that goes right through the Belridge Fields. 2 years ago, there was a huge subsidence ditch on 7th Standard. It's documented. The road was closed for 6 months. It was a 1/4 mile long. It was from me to you deep. A car went into it. Luckily, the school bus did not go in there. It was a massive ditch. Subsidence has been a major problem in the Belridge Fields for years because of all the heavy steam injection. I've had friends I went to high school with. My dad went to school with guys that all worked in the Belridge Field. They tell you it started to be a ticking time bomb 25 years ago from all the subsidence. I support the oil and gas industry, but I can't support this project because of this subsidence issue. The number one reason carbon projects fail and become carbon disasters is unstable ground. Everyone talks about, let me get my notes here. So if they build this facility in 2027, by the year 2103, I will have great grandkids riding the school bus right through the Belridge Fields on the way to school. For 120 years, we have always rode that school bus right down 7th Standard. I could throw a rock and probably hit where the carbon capture facility is going to be. If that fault had happened there, it would have been a major disaster.
Time warning.
So we have, in those 120 years, we have never worried about the Belridge Field doing something that was going to impact our health. Now for 76 years, every time my great-grandkids drive down that school, ride the bus, we're going to wonder if this thing is going to be safe. And it's really a bothersome thing for my family. We live 3 miles away.
Time warning.
Really quickly, they all talk about this Mississippi thing. No one talks about Lake Nyos disaster. It killed 1,746 people from carbon CO2 asphyxiation, all within a 15-mile area. Our house is 3 miles from the Belridge Field. It's 33 highway, all within closer than 15 miles.
Time warning.
The Belridge carbon vault will be 40 million times larger than Lake Nyos that was a CO2 disaster. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please hold your applause.
Hello, my name is Maria Cruz Ramirez. I was born and raised here in Kern. CCS is a false climate solution that's being endorsed by the same oil companies that have been harming our communities and polluting our air for decades. This would be like trusting a nicotine company with treatment for your lung cancer. It doesn't make any sense. CCS only serves for oil companies to continue business as usual. These are the same companies responsible for wells and pipelines leaking in Kern now. The few people at the top will continue fattening their wallets, while all of us, workers included, will be left in the dust. There are currently no CCS projects or jobs in California, so we don't need to consider this aspect, but we do need to think about the health of our residents and the state of our air. We need polluters to stop polluting, point blank. Instead of continuing the cycle of polluting our air, we need to work towards solutions that don't pollute, renewable solutions. There is no overnight solution to magically clean our air, unfortunately, but we need to start moving towards a just transition so that, yes, our economy can survive and be strong, but most importantly, so that the health of our residents is no longer put at risk. Without clean air, our people are dead, and we have no jobs or economy. CCS is a false climate solution, and it will only allow for polluters to keep harming us all. I implore you to be champions for our residents in Kern and to put public health first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Natalie Delgado, and I come from Fresno County just to see a continued pattern of environmentally racist practices that sacrifice the health and well-being of communities of color within the San Joaquin Valley. For the record, I am here to urge Planning Commission to deny the permits for the Carbon Teravolt and Era Frontier CCS projects. Carbon capture and sequestration is a false solution for our communities. This project is only going to help extend the life of fossil fuel industries like the Elk Hills oil field, as they will be allowed to continue operating so long as these new facilities can store their carbon emissions. Much of this technology is understudied and should not be tested on our communities. You mentioned if there is funding for these mitigation measures. This tells us how much we need to know about how CRC cares about the community. They don't. Community is being misled with these mitigation measures when there is no intention of getting secured and committed funding to complete all of the mitigations that this project is proposing. You say the CCS project will bring jobs, but it will only bring 5 to 10 full-time jobs. This is not the job creator that many industries are making it to be. This facility would have severe environmental justice impacts in communities that already experience health and quality of life impacts from nearby harmful and polluting industries. A community benefit plan will never be enough and cannot erase the pain and trauma of giving birth to a baby without an arm or a child with respiratory problems who can't even play outside. This project is going to continue to exacerbate health problems near these communities that are already dealing with rates of increased cancer, asthma, congenital harms due to increased pollution exposure from the oil and gas industry, industrial warehousing, and pesticides. We ask the Kern County Planning Commission to reject this project and side with the communities of Buttonwillow and Lost Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Obdulia Pérez, vengo de la comunidad de Lamón y estoy aquí nada más para decir que también estoy en contra de este proyecto, para que ustedes analicen realmente si es necesario enfermar a toda la comunidad, y no nada más a la comunidad de Lamón, de Los Hills, de varios que estamos a todo alrededor en el condado de Kern, sino a todas las familias, a nuestros hijos, a sus propios hijos, a todas las generaciones que vienen, por algo que la verdad se puede evitar. Tomen en consideración todo eso. Si ustedes tienen la posibilidad de analizarlo, de poner en práctica su función, por favor, para que no nos hagan daño en nuestros alimentos, en nuestras comunidades, en el agua, en el aire, todo eso también pueden analizarlo. Muchas gracias.
So sorry, give me a second.
No problem.
Good evening, my name is Obdulia Perez, and I am here tonight to say that I am also against this project so that you can analyze whether it is really necessary to affect all of the community. And it's not just Lamont, Lost Hill, and the surrounding areas, but it's all of the people, all of the families in Kern County, their children, and the future generations to come because of something that can be avoided. Please take all this in consideration. If you have the possibility to further analyze, to put in practice that function so that you don't harm our foods, our community, our water, our air. All of that is also, all of those are also areas that should be analyzed. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we continue, how many remaining are hoping to speak on public comment? Are any of you Spanish translating? Okay. I'm going to request a 2-minute recess for staff to maybe provide some options on recommendations on how to move forward. And then we'll proceed in about 2 to 4 minutes. Okay, we're ready to reconvene. I appreciate everyone for their patience. We're continuing with public comment, so please, next speaker, come forward, state your name for the record.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brianda Castro, BRIANDA-CASTRO. I am a Climate Equity and Environmental Justice Associate with Central California Asthma Collaborative, a nonprofit serving the San Joaquin Valley. I want to thank the Planning Commission for holding this public hearing and for allowing us to voice our concerns. We strongly oppose to the two proposed carbon capture projects. These projects can result in increased harmful air pollution, posing further risk to downwind and adjacent communities, which have already borne the burden of the industry-led pollution for years. Residents in these areas are already suffering from cancer and respiratory issues such as asthma and adding more risk compounds to the health crisis. Across the country, there were 76 incidents involving the release of CO2 from pipelines between January 2010 and May 2024. In past pipeline ruptures, the displacement of oxygen by CO2 led to severe long-term effects on residents, brains, and respiratory systems, with some requiring oxygen tanks for months afterwards. This highlights the serious risk of CO2 leaks, which could have devastating impacts on public health, especially for vulnerable communities. Furthermore, besides there only being a total of 15 permanent jobs between the two projects combined, there's significantly uncertainty about the long-term safety of geological CO2 storage. As seen with failed offshore projects in Norway, where CO2 migrated from the storage sites, in one project, the storage lifetime decreased from 18 to 2 years. Once the project started operations, and these were located within two of the most characterized geological fields in the world. Additionally, Kern County has thousands of oil wells, many of which are leaking methane. Our organization, along with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, is engaged in a research project whose objective is to measure plumes of methane emissions, particularly from these super emitter wells. Despite this, we have struggled to collaborate with CRC to address methane leaks, while other operators cooperated with an NDA in place, taking responsibility for their emissions and working together towards public safety.
Time warning.
Independent monitoring is crucial to protect residents and ensure transparency and accountability. Without it, the community cannot be expected to trust entities that have historically failed them. Moving forward with these projects would signal that the county is prioritizing fossil fuel interests over the community health and true climate solutions. I would like to end my comment by quoting the lyrics of the song, "Their pollution, our solutions," by stating, "Ya basta, enough. This is a dumping ground, no more." Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Karen Urso, Karinurso, and I'm a registered nurse and have taught nursing here in community health areas since 2008. And I question whether this project will perform as it has been presented. I have to teach my students evidence-based practice. We have to have abundant research that a practice is safe and that it is of benefit to the patient before we'll do it. We don't just do something because it's the way it's always been done. Around the world, CCS has been overpromised and it has underperformed. And that is according to Grant Huber, an energy finance advisor at the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. He also points out that CO2 cannot be controlled. The monitoring that the Planning Commission has proposed is noteworthy, but once a problem is found, nothing can be done except to stop injecting. It is not a proven technology. The one project off the coast of Norway has just been mentioned. I'd like to mention that another, Snøhvit, was planned for 18 years of storage, but the pressure increased so much after 3 years that they had to reduce it to 18 months additionally. And In Salah, Algeria, the pressure increased so much that it fractured the capstone layer. So I don't believe that we've been told the whole story. In addition, nurses are advocating for our excellent workers and asking that all the other counties in California that want to roll back industry need to bear the burden that we're bearing and provide good, lasting job opportunities for our workers in a technology that actually works, and also support our public health and other safety net services in this county. It shouldn't be a burden on Kern County alone. But I do ask you, please, to advise a no project alternative to the Board of Supervisors until we're sure that we have an evidence-based technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Alonso. I'm a community organizer with Clean Water Action and a lifelong Kern resident. I wanted to quickly first note that several of our community members who came to participate unfortunately had to head home early because since we were made last, many of them weren't able to stay longer than, I think, where are we? Close to 11. Because many of them are farm workers. They have to get up at 3 in the morning and start to work. So as mentioned before, preferably if we can be one of the first ones, that way they can get back to their families, spend time with their families before they have to go to sleep and go to work the next morning. Second, just as you guys know, I'm here against the carbon capture project, as there are several concerns and dangers to the groundwater and air quality. This report does not have sufficient mitigation or contingency plans that focus on the safety and well-being of the residents living and working near where this is going to go. Kern County has one of the worst air qualities in the nation. The last thing we need is an inadequate project that focuses on enriching the industry over protecting the health of our communities and the protection of our children. We have consistently seen industry fail to meet their requirements and shove the responsibility to governing agencies using our tax dollars to fix their mess, and the consequences always falling on our communities. Please think of the safety of our families and reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Emma de la Rosa. I work with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'm the Regional Policy Manager for the Tulare Kern office. I'm here to ask you to please reject staff's recommendations to adopt the Carbon Teravolt project. Aside from the fact that the EIR itself says that there's going to be detrimental impacts, the county has shown many times through its policies and practices that the county is unable to properly spray pesticides. The county is unable to properly operate oil and gas, given every single time, every occasion that we've heard of methane leaks in residential communities. How in anyone's mind in this room can we think that the county's policies and practices are actually going to protect communities from keeping carbon deep underground? It's going to impact all of us who are here to give comment in opposition, but it's also going to impact every single one of your family members as well, and every single one of our union workers as well. Again, the county has failed to show that your policies and practices are actually going to protect community. The county does not even have a compliant housing element to state that. The county has not complied with the general plan requirements. The county has not abided by SB 379 to develop climate adaptation and resilience strategies. The county has not abided by SB 1000 to develop environmental justice policies to protect disadvantaged rural communities who are bearing the brunt of climate change and pollution exposure. How are we going to move forward with projects that are novel, that are new, that are experimental, when we don't even have our guidance, our policies in place to protect communities? Please keep that in mind. Thank you very much. And again, please oppose this project.
Thank you.
Lori Pasante, local resident, didn't come from out of town. I'm gonna give you a quote. CCS has never been demonstrated at scale. Never. You know who said that? Lee Raymond, the former Exxon CEO. Not exactly the president of Greenpeace, folks. You know what else oil company scientists and leaders have said? That CCS can't be accurately monitored, that it has failed, that it's not economical. Do you know when they said this? In 2007. Do you know why we're still talking about it now? Because they successfully lobbied for taxpayer subsidies to bring it back. It's still not economical. Do you know why they're doing it now? Because they said, an American Petroleum Institute internal document said this, the window of opportunity to defeat solar, cheap solar, is closing. The facilities out at Elk Hills are old, but by putting CCS on it and getting federal funding for it, they get to extend its lifespan. This is going to put everybody at risk while we're dorking around here talking about CCS, which everybody knows doesn't work. We're not having a real conversation about real solutions and real jobs. Real jobs. They don't even know all the wells they have out there. They've been poking holes out at Elk Hills and Bell Ridge, for that matter, for over 150 years. They don't even know all of the stuff that they have out there, but we gotta trust them to put stuff down in there? Supercritical state CO2, are you kidding me? This is insane. The only people supporting this, God help us all, are the very folks who depend on the funding. But while we're not talking about real funding from real industry and real jobs,
Time warning.
we're gonna run out of time and this place will become uninhabitable and none of our families will be here. We will have to migrate just like all of the folks who are migrating here now who don't have water or the ability to grow crops where they are because of extreme heat. Please deny this crappy project.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone else moving to the front. So we're closing our public comment. I do want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of the public process. It was a lengthy one, but we did it. I'm going to turn it back to staff to provide additional comments and respond to some of the public comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So I'd like to address a few of these items. First, I'd like to make a correction to my presentation. I said that it was this, we are talking, first of all, about Carbon Teravolt project. We have not presented Carbon Frontier, and some of these comments were actually about Carbon Frontier. So I'm going to sort that out for you. So the first thing is I said it was 40 million metric tons. It's actually in the EIR 49.21 million metric tons, which is the worst case, it's the biggest capacity, and the applicant has presented it as 46. So the highest is 49.21 capacity, and that is all based on their EPA permit. So I want to clean that up, first of all. Second, I want to address the legal comments that were made about you legally have to identify all the sources. That is called piecemealing. We have provided in the response to comments a comprehensive legal response to this issue. It is in Volume 3, Chapter 7, Response to Comments, Global Response 1, pages 7.14 through 7.22. It lists every single appellate court decision that is decided you have to have, that a source has to have, can be deemed independent utility. And any source that came forward would have a separate, independent, not related to this project, ability to stand on its own. It may want to send CO2 to this project, but it still could produce hydrogen, it still could produce, take care of biomass. Therefore, we have provided a legal response to those comments. Comments appear to believe that CO2 travels 7 miles, 20 miles, 4 miles. It does not. I can only bring you the science. The science in the EIR and the risk assessment and other sources is clear. CO2 cannot travel to Lamont, which is more than 20 miles away from this. It cannot travel to Lost Hills, which is 7 miles. It cannot travel 4 miles. Many of the comments appear to be upset about oil and gas drilling or oil and gas that still exists. Those may be legitimate concerns, but they are not before your commission. This project will not drill one oil well. In fact, it will probably abandon 200 wells on the surface of the surface land. So they will not be continuing to drill wells in that area. Instead, they will be abandoning them. So they may all be legitimate concerns that they've brought up, but they are not part of this project, and there is no oil activity such as that associated with this project, approved or denied. There still will be no oil wells drilled. There were statements made that there's absolute evidence of CCS projects next to homes injuring people. There is no such evidence. There is no such project. There was statements that the concentration could reach as much as 10%. There is no evidence in the record of that. The highest concentration is 7%, and it is within a distance, as we talked about, and it would never go 2 miles, 4 miles, 7 miles at that concentration. All we can do is bring the science. People appear to believe that the 15093, which is a statement of overriding consideration, was talking about the benefits to the company. They were not. There is no mention at all in any of that about the benefits to the company. We are talking about what is the benefit to the county. In this case, declining oil revenues mean that these lands are not going to produce any property taxes for the very communities that have been speaking tonight. And so the benefits that I have provided you are benefits from the assessment on that pore space and the other benefits of outfitting our fire department and others with the required mitigation. Developers are required to mitigate their impacts. The idea that the government should pay in order so that a developer can develop something is not the way it works. If they have an impact, they have to put up the money to create the equipment, pave the road, buy the fire truck, whatever it is they need to do. So I just want to be clear. No one's talked about the benefits to CRC except the company themselves in their own PowerPoint. So at the end of the day, this project will produce probably 5 to 10 jobs. I did not put in the statement of overriding consideration any of the jobs, and that is not part of my recommendation. Could this project provide for future speculative other types of industries to come in? Possibly, but it should not be a basis for your determination. The question is, this applicant has brought forward a project. Who the applicant is cannot be taken into account under zoning laws. We cannot decide that this particular kind of company is not allowed to have a project. That's not part of zoning, and it's not a legal way to look at it. We appreciate their emotional feelings about the oil companies, but that was not part of my recommendation either. The point here is that a company has gone forward with assets in Kern County and brought forward a project that they believe will provide revenue for them. They will stay in Kern County, and they will use assets that we already have here. And we have looked at the science. I think the last comment I'd like to make is Mr. Twisselman, Tom Twisselman, was talking about Carbon Frontier. He was not talking about this project. He lives 3 miles from Carbon Frontier, which is the second item on your agenda, which has not been presented. He brought up the Lake Nyos in 1986. It is on page 4.9-11 of the EIR. It was in Cameroon, and it was a volcanic lake. It was not a vault. It was not a holder of CO2. It was a volcanic lake that ended up reacting and releasing CO2. So I wanted to clarify those as well as leave you with water. The project will use 8,700 acre-feet of oil field water. This is the water, the contaminated water, that you bring up from oil wells. Normally you put it back down, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to be using it for their their process. They're going to use 4,000 acre-feet a year of what we call potable water. 4,000, and we have said that, that could be significant only because of our problems with our groundwater sustainability. The truth is that Kern County as a whole uses 2.8 million acre-feet of water a year. So 4,000 acre-feet, either way, is not going to change the community's challenges with water. But we have made the CEQA findings. So I'm available for any questions you may have on any of the testimony, and I am ready to read the recommendation if someone is interested in a motion.
Thank you, Director Oviatt. I'm turning it back to the Commission for questions and comments. Go ahead.
All right, Director, I guess this would be a question toward you as well. I heard sometime in this, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, that in the field of where we're doing the CUP, excuse me, that the oil wells all have to be capped or closed. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
That's correct. And the EPA UIC permit is conditioning that, monitoring that, and ensuring that. In addition, some of the existing wells would be changed over, at least 10 of them would be changed over to monitoring wells. And I also noted that I did not talk about the seismic monitoring.
Thank you.
Director Oviatt, these might be for you. Can you talk a little bit about why we're changing from A1 to A for this project?
So we've made a determination that carbon capture and storage can only be done in 3 zones with a CUP. A, which is exclusive agriculture, M2 and M3. The reason for that is A1 limited ag actually allows 1 house on 2.5 acres, and we did not want to encourage CCS projects where someone might have already houses existing. Our policy right now, and the planning department, is that you cannot do a CCS project underneath something, underneath someone's house, underneath a silo. We would not be recommending those. Certainly, someone could process that, but we're not recommending that.
Another question that came up during public comment was the percentage that will be emitted back in the air versus in the ground. Can you respond to that?
So the capture rate varies from 80% to 90%. So if the plant is producing whatever it's producing, they can only capture 80 to 90%, and that goes into the ground. As a reminder, all the CO2 is going into the air in the first place, in this particular case, for both these industries. So whatever they capture is better than having it vent to the air. I would also like to point out that it is the California Air Resources Board scoping plan that has said they need 80 million metric tons of storage through carbon capture by 2040. The state of California has said that this is a technology that they think they need in order to achieve climate goals.
Thank you. I do have a question for the applicant. I believe he's still here, maybe. If not, I'm sure I can ask staff. Oh, you are. Go ahead, come forward. My question is just related to above ground versus underground piping, some of the explosion risk comments, and maybe what some of the strategies might be. You can come forward. I know, it's 11 o'clock. I'll get your adrenaline going again. Can you just chat with me about, a lot of conversations have talked about Denbury, but that was above ground. You guys, I believe, will have below ground piping, maybe what the strategies might be for explosion risk, leaking risk, those type of things.
So the pipeline, the majority of the pipeline will be 8 feet underground. In addition, along the pipeline, there will be valves Those valves will be placed to ensure that in the unlikely event of a leak, a minimal volume of CO2 would be released.
Great, thank you. And then the last comment I have is about evacuation. Either you can answer or Ms. Oviatt. There was a comment about likelihood of evacuation. Can we chat about that?
Certainly. There is a mitigation measure that there will be a full emergency plan put together for, between the fire department. As a reminder, the nearest community is 3 or 4 miles away. There are 2 different plans, actually. The applicant, through the US EPA, is required to have a plan for the on-site employees. The plan that the mitigation measure then extends it to is, what is the plan for a possible, closure of a road, or just letting people know that there's been some incident through Kern. So that whole plan will be put together, and it is just not scientifically possible that this CO2, given that injection will stop immediately if there's a leak, the monitors will stop as a leak, and the scientific risk analysis, which is comprehensively engineered and shown of a major rupture, not a minor rupture, not a 1-inch hole, but a major rupture, would not go farther than 1,368 feet. And that is not even a mile. And the nearest community, the nearest school, is 2.86 miles. If the fire department determines, for some reason, bringing in emergency services or something, that they need to close a road or evacuate, they would. But there's just no evidence.
Okay, and my final question is, I'm looking at the first figure in our packets. It identifies the sections via township and range. For example, I'm looking at, township 30, range 23, section 34. It's really close to the boundary of the entire project and what looks to be a pipeline, the CO2 facility pipeline. What has been kind of the conversation and process with neighboring sections that are so close to the project site?
So we've sent notices to all those property owners. The majority of that property is owned by California Resources. But once again, there is a special mitigation measures where they will have to send, in this case, 1,367 feet. However many parcels are within that, they will have to send this letter when they're ready to inject, saying, this is the date we're going to inject. Here's the contact information. If you're concerned about anything, here's the US EPA, here's the fire department, and here's Kern. So we will be notifying them.
That is it for my questions. Go ahead.
Just one left. I want to talk a little bit about the revenue on this as well. I know on the larger solar projects that we have, we're unable to collect property taxes on it, but we do have additional fees, which helps us gain on that. Can you talk a little bit about how, what benefits are for the county in regards to the tax revenue on that?
So the cumulative impact oil and gas pore space money would go directly to the Kern County Board of Supervisors to use as they saw fit through the general fund. So it's through the budget process, they would determine what were the greatest needs, how should we use that money, which is how the cumulative impact charge for solar is used as well. So that is no different than the property tax revenue that comes from oil, goes to the general fund, and that is a public process that people have access to bring their concerns on how the funds should be utilized.
All right, thank you.
Any other additional comments? I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, I was just going to say go. Can you please provide us the recommendation of that motion?
Thank you very much. So we advise the Planning Commission to recommend the Board of Supervisors certify the recirculated environmental impact report, adopt Section 15091 findings of fact, and Section 15093 statement of overriding considerations Adopt mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Adopt resolutions, recommended findings, and enact ordinance approving the zone changes as requested. Approve conditional use permits subject to recommended conditions, and adopt suggested findings as set forth in the attached draft resolutions.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Dunbar.
I'll make a second on that.
Great, we have a motion and a second. We'll vote on screen.
3 ayes, 1 absent, 1 no vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, this project has a zone change. It's therefore required to go to the Board of Supervisors and does not need an appeal. We will be sending out notices and scheduling a special Monday Board of Supervisors meeting on October 21st, starting at 9 o'clock, to hear this matter.
And then we have decided to continue item number 2 to our regularly scheduled meeting on October 10th. So do we need to make a motion on that, Mr. Murphy?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, what I would recommend is that you ask Ms. Oviatt to read the project title in so that we know what the record is. And then if it is your commission's desire to continue that project as opposed to hear it today, then you would have a motion and a second, and then you can take action on that. But I would, for the record, just have Ms. Oviatt read the project title into the record.
Perfect. Good plan.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this is the proposed Carbon Frontier CCS project. It is an amendment of zoning map 51, zone change case number 4, amendment of zoning map 74, zone change case number 3, amendment of zoning map 75, zone change case number 4, conditional use permit case number 9, map 51, conditional use permit case number 7, map 74, conditional use permit case number 7, map 75, conditional use permit case number 9, map 96, conditional use permit case number 10, map 51, conditional use permit case number 9, map 74, conditional use permit case 11, map 75, Carbon Frontier Carbon Capture and Storage CCS project by Era Energy LLC.
Great, thank you. So we'll be moving that item to October 10th. We are now on to adjournment. The next planning commission meeting
Sorry,
is.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Just, we need a motion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to postpone that to our next meeting on October, or excuse me, 2 meetings from now on October 12th.
10th, October 10th.
10th.
Thank you.
My
We have a
apologies.
motion.
Correction, 10th.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll vote on screen.
3 ayes, 1 absent, 1 no vote. Motion carries.
And we are now on to item H. The next planning commission meeting is scheduled for September 26, 2024. I'll take a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned.